Thank you. You may have your seat. This is the governor and the delegates. And also our national anthem in Kenya is the prayer in itself, and we are set for the day. May I welcome Dr. Philemon Chebon to carry the round of introductions, and we proceed from there. Thank you. And my name is Tom Tubey.
Thank you very much, Tom Tubey. Karibu sana, Bwana Governor. It's very interesting when we were having the national anthem African, and then when it came to Africa, all of us were silent. In fact, I'm tempted to ask which languages were used. Maybe that's the assignment that we have, at least to ensure that we know our the African national anthem. Bwana Governor. Let him finish consulting, then we can do the introductions. So I wish to take this opportunity to introduce the delegates who are here today. We're just going to do a global introductions. We're not going to ask people to state their names. So I will ask delegates to stand as per their countries. Can I see, is there somebody from the Comoros? Didn't make it, somebody. Okay, Germany. Let's appreciate Madagascar. Let's appreciate the lady. We have a strong team from Morocco. Can we see them? Let's appreciate the Moroccan team. And then a team from Namibia. Let's appreciate the Namibian team. The gentleman there had a lot of stories to tell us last evening about the communities in Namibia. Norway. Did we? Norway? Oh. She's one of us. She's Kenyan. You still remember your name? Yes, she's Christine Chepkwech. Yeah, Kibiator did not come today. So, Bwana Governor, you will maybe name one of these two people today. Yes. Rwanda, I think I saw a group of two. Let's appreciate the Rwandan team. Anybody? Senegal? Senegal, did they make it, or they will still be on the way? Sorry? Oh, they're on the way. Yes, we'll introduce them later. South African team, somebody from Limpopo, elsewhere. Appreciate them. Spain. Yeah. And he had a chance to climb Seguton, is it? And he's actually, Bwana Governor, we need to talk to him. He knows something about marking of trails and other things, so we will talk to him. All right. Tanzania, ndugu zetu kutoka Santeni. Tunisia, not make it. Ugandan team, have they arrived? Yes, Uganda, strong team. Karibu. Zambia, there's a gentleman. Yes. So I will go to UNESCO staff, those from Paris. You can stand. Let's appreciate. Then UNESCO, the regional office for Africa. We appreciate them. And then we have NATCOM, Dr. Shimwata and his team. Okay, we now come to the county, the local team, the committee, sorry, not the team. Yes, I know the chairman will get a chance to speak and he will do further introductions later on. Thank you very much. We also have the team from the county government of Baringo, who have really been of great support. Where is the county team? Yes. I know there's the executive team who will be introduced by the governor. So thank you very much. So we will, is there anybody else I may have left out, just in case? Anybody else? Are we all introduced? Thank you. All right, so we will go straight into the program, and I will take this opportunity to invite Dr. Clement Lenashuri, who is the County Geopark Committee for Baringo, to make some brief remarks and also to introduce this team once again. I will give each one of us 2 minutes, please, because we're already late. We've lost 30 minutes. Thank you. Karibu.
Thank you very much, Dr. Benjamin. Mine will actually be very, very brief. I'll try to stick to the 2 minutes I've been given. Our chief guest, the CS, is yet to arrive for tourism, Honorable Penina Malonza. Your Excellency, Governor Benjamin, the Governor of Baringo, the Deputy Speaker, Senate, I think is yet to arrive. Senators led by William Cheptumo of Baringo County. Afrin, I saw Honorable Abbas, Senator of Wajir, probably is around here. The members of parliament are available or present. Members of the county assembly present, led by the speaker. Our international visitors, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As a chair of the aspiring Baringo Great Rift Valley Geopark, I say karibuni and welcome. I take the opportunity to thank you and the organizers for choosing Kenya and Baringo as your venue of choice for this great and timely capacity building workshop. We don't take it for granted. We are immensely honored. Feel welcome and take your time out of the busy schedule of the 2 days or 3 days workshop to also sample the diversity of the county, be it honey, goat's meat, wild fruits, and hospitable Kenyans and Baringo citizens. And of course, a very friendly climate and weather of this place. As an aspiring geopark, we have just tendered our application to be accredited. God willing, inshallah, Ejoenkai, Kocham Jehovah, very soon we'll get a nod to graduate from an aspiring to be a real geopark. This organization and this work you see that's taking place here could not have come this far without the solid support of Your Excellency, Governor Benjamin, and your government. We say thank you for the support you're giving us. I also want to thank, last but not least, the county committee, and I'll ask them to stand where they are so that our delegates can identify you. The county committee team kindly stand. My immediate left, Bwana Tubei, Benjamin, Philemon Chebon, Ezekiel Cheboy, Esther, Marison, Lillian, Susan, Lydia, who happened to be also the general manager of the Bogoria Spa and Resort, Peter, Purity, Evans. Kindly identify these people. Anytime you have any question, anything you want to be directed, feel free to talk with them. Asanteni is a team that have worked with me to come this far. And I know The sky is not the limit. We'll break that ceiling if there's any ceiling, but we'll go far. Thank you so much for standing with the committee, and I'm sure you will be able to sample what Baringo has. I invite all of you to interact and feel free in this place. Thank you, and God bless all of you. Thanks. Probably my name was said, but just for sake of those who never heard it, my name is Clement Lenashuru, the chair of the Baringo Aspiring Geopark. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair. We really appreciate that you've been able to steer us this far. Thanks very much. I forgot to introduce somebody who is in from the CRA, Commission for Revenue Allocation. So maybe we might ask her later whether she will be able to allocate funds when we become a geopark. Thank you very much. I see somebody has walked in. I'm sorry, I may not be able. Is this the senator? Karibu, karibu, Mheshimiwa. Asante. Yes.
Good morning. My name is Bas Mohammed. I'm a senator from Kenya, Wajir Senator.
Karibu sana, Bwana Senator. We appreciate you. The next speaker will be Dr. Emma Mbua, who is from the National Committee, that is the NATCOM. Karibu, Daktari.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Chebon. Your Excellency, the Governor, Baringo County, Benjamin Chibor, the Secretary General, Kenya Commission for NATCOM, and all protocols observed. Good morning, everybody. Let me take this opportunity, like my colleagues said, and welcome you to Baringo County, the home to the Baringo Great Rift Valley Aspiring Geopark. We are very positive. We are going to get this status soon because we have put a lot of work into it. And we being the people of Baringo and friends, we are looking forward to that time when we will be a geopark, where everybody else can come and benchmark, particularly other counties in Kenya. My task this morning is quite small. I will be introducing the National Committee. My team started in 2018. We didn't even know what a geopark is. But throughout, we've interacted with experts who were sent to come and sensitize us on what geoparks were all about. And I'm very pleased to tell you we have had a wonderful journey with them, as well as the people of Baringo. Governor, your people are very, very friendly. And they are very enthusiastic to get the geopark status in this county. I'm pleased this will be the benchmarking point for everybody else in Kenya. And therefore, without much ado, I would like my committee to rise up so that we may be able to see you. These are people who have tirelessly worked since 2018. And this far, if it were not for them, we would not be here today. So I'm very, very grateful to them. I want to bring to you my Vice Chair Lady, of the National Geopark Committee, Dr. Lydia Olaka, who is a geologist by profession. Beside him, we have Dr. George Shamwata, who is the head of the secretariat at the Kenya Commission of UNESCO. Beside them, maybe you can raise your hand as I call upon your name. We have Miss Teopista Sind. She's the geologist. And beside there, we have Peter Wasilwa, who is member of the secretariat at the Kenya National Commission of UNESCO. And beside him, there is Ms. Bocho, also from the Kenya Commission of NATCOM. Without forgetting our father, the man who borrowed a leaf from somewhere. I don't know where William got the idea about Geopark, but this is the man who got the idea from somewhere. I don't know where it was, and he brought it to the county. I'm sure he discussed it with you during your first term. And we are very, very pleased, having worked with him this far. He's a very knowledgeable person. And we are very pleased we have worked with him. And beside him, just remind me your name? Yeah, Muriuki Mureithi is from the Kenya Tourism Board, representing Ms. Jacinta Zioka. So that is the committee which has been putting everything together. As the Baringo chair has said, we have already presented our dossier to UNESCO, and we are looking forward to having the first geopark in Kenya and the third in Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Let's appreciate Dr. Mbowe once again. Thank you so much for NATCOM for the the guidance that you've given us as a local committee. We also appreciate that you were able to acknowledge the role played by William. Bwana Governor, we congratulate you. You got the highest honor yesterday. You are recognized by the President of this country. So we request that this, like a dog or two, maybe William should be the next one to be appreciated. Okay, let's say William is like a missionary. He goes to the mountain. For a long time, he was in the mountain alone. Nobody knew what he was saying when he talked about Geopark. But look, here we are, all of us, from all over the world, at least to follow suit what he started. Thank you. I'm going to call now Dr. Evelyn Joka, the Secretary General, CEO, Kenya National Commission for UNESCO, to make some brief remarks. Karibu, Daktari.
Thank you very much. Very effective and able MC. I know we are expecting our CS anytime, and we will be glad to see her. We are also expecting the Deputy Speaker of the Senate and more members of the Senate, and we are happy to have the Senator of Wajir. Are you a chairperson of which committee? Devolution. Thank you very much. We welcome you. Our host governor, Your Excellency, Benjamin Cheboy, EGH, we are very, very gratified that you are our host And I also congratulate you for getting that highest honor. Thank you, because I know you are there when this idea of the Geopark was born. And we were very, very excited to have you back. And I can confirm to our national chair of the Geopark committee that actually the baby will be born. Our governor saw the conception and he's here to witness the birth. So thank you very much. We were expecting Professor Hubert, but he's represented by Dr. Alexandros from the UNESCO Region Office. And this is the office that indeed is hosting or is sponsoring this workshop. So we are very, very grateful. All the other colleagues from UNESCO and the facilitators from different countries, we recognize you. Christine, your other name is? Chepkoech. Yes, welcome back. And this is home. And we are very, very grateful. So, Mr. Dries Archbo, Chair Africa Geoparks Network. We have county executive committee members of environment, natural resources and tourism and trade, and other CECs present. We have the managing director, Kerio Valley Development Authority. We have a number of the chief officers with us. We have a number of national and county government officials. We are also very grateful to have you. The National Geopark Committee members, and also the county committee members who have graciously toiled to ensure that this workshop is a success. We thank you very much. Our distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. So it gives me immense pleasure to join you during this first regional Geopark capacity building workshop that brings together delegates from across Africa and beyond. I have been here walking the journey with the National Committee of the Geopark. I was there when William Kimosop came to my office and was trying to explain to me the concept of the Geopark. And at that time, I couldn't understand what he was talking about. And it was interesting. We read about it and we came to know about it. I remember we actually attended a meeting together in UK. We were invited by the UK National Commission for UNESCO to go and hear what geoparks are and even see. And that is the time I started understanding. And then I saw the passion William had. And as a commission, we purposed to work with him. It has been a long journey, but we are very, very excited as National Commission to see this workshop and also to see that Africa is embracing this concept of geoparks. So I take this earliest opportunity to welcome you all to Kenya, and indeed Baringo Great Rift Valley Aspiring Geopark. Karibuni Kenya, Kenya Hakuna Matata, and we've already sang that song. Allow me from the onset to thank UNESCO through the representative of the regional director, for sponsoring this very critical workshop for Africa. Let me also appreciate indeed the governor, His Excellency Dr. Cheboi, for indeed hosting us, this workshop, which is a historical one. We are also very excited, and we are waiting for the cabinet secretary, who I know attended another UNESCO meeting recently, and she was more than willing to come for this meeting. We are grateful that she has honored our invitation. It's exciting also to have the senators, very, very exciting. And this confirms indeed that government has embraced this concept, and a number of counties will start learning from Baringo. So we really say a big thank you to all our guests for honoring us with your presence. As Kenyans and the Baringo Great Rift Valley Aspiring Geopark family, we feel very honored to host this inaugural regional workshop, which brings together delegates from across Africa to develop their capacity aimed at promoting the uptake of the geopark concept in Africa, but also share experiences and lessons learned based on ongoing nomination initiatives across Africa. Let me say something about the Kenya National Commission for UNESCO. The Commission for UNESCO is a state corporation established under the NATCOM Act of 2013 with the mandate of promoting and building of peace, eradication of poverty, sustainable development, and intellectual dialogue through the education, the sciences, culture, communication, and information. NATCOM's key mandate is to promote Kenya's national interests in UNESCO and UNESCO's international interests in Kenya, regionally and globally in the areas of UNESCO. Kenya's national interests include the establishment of this first UNESCO Geopark and more in future. And it is for this reason the Commission has been in the forefront to push for its establishment right here in Baringo. And I know you'll enjoy visiting all the geosites. I've seen them last night. I was being told, is it last night or this morning? There are some sites, new sites that have been actually discovered recently. Ladies and gentlemen, as some of you may be aware, during the 38th General Conference of UNESCO in 2015, 195 member states of the organization ratifying the creation of a new label, the UNESCO Global Geoparks. UNESCO Global Geoparks are unified geographical regions whose sites and landscapes are of international geological significance. They are managed with a holistic concept of protection, sustainable development, and education. Geoparks employ a bottom-up approach of management by combining conservation with sustainable development while involving local communities. To this end, there are 177 UNESCO global geoparks in 46 countries, and only 2 are found in Africa. I'm sure we all know this. I don't know whether I've pronounced it well, Mgun, UNESCO Global Geopark in Morocco, which I think was established in 2015, designated 2015, and Ngorongoro, UNESCO Geopark in Tanzania, 2018. So as relatively new UNESCO international designations, it is evident that Africa is still underrepresented, and the geopark wave across the rest of the parts of the world notwithstanding, Africa should be part of this wave for the sake of our local community, conservation, and also for protection of geological, natural, and cultural heritage. Africa is rich with beautiful geosites unknown to the world, and we need to make them known. As you'll be told later by our technical experts, the goals of the geoparks are conservation, sustainable development, and education, among others. This workshop is meant to bridge the Africa gap on the UNESCO Global Geopark list. Ladies and gentlemen, UNESCO Global Geoparks contribute to the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals, including the Sustainable Development Goal 1, end poverty in all its forms everywhere. SDG 4, to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. SDG 5, which is to achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. SDG 8, to promote sustained, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth, full and productive employment, and decent work for all. SDG 11, which is make cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. SDG 12, ensure sustainable consumption and production patterns through experiencing a lifestyle in harmony with nature and value local products and sustainable living. SDG 13, which is take urgent action to combat climate change and its impacts. SDG 15, reversing man-made deforestation and desertification to sustain all life on Earth. And SDG 17, which is to strengthen the means of implementation and revitalize the global partnerships for sustainable development, among other SDGs. Distinguished participants, Kenya submitted the nomination dossier, as already mentioned by the National Geopark Chair, and is looking forward to Baringo Great Rift Valley Aspiring Geopark joining the UNESCO Global Geopark Network. Already operating as a de facto geopark, it is envisaged that once formally designated, Kenya will have not only contributed to increasing the geopark footprint in Africa, but will also work to ensure that more sites are designated locally and regionally. We commit to guard this status once granted, and the presence of the Governor Baringo County, which is the legally mandated body responsible for management of the geopark, and also the Cabinet Secretary, Tourism, Wildlife, and Heritage, national government is a demonstration of the existing commitment and goodwill. To this end, the Kenya National Commission for UNESCO is extremely grateful to UNESCO for the technical support and guidance, including the UNESCO Global Geopark Grant for geoparks in Africa and Arab states, of which Kenya was a recipient. In addition, we acknowledge additional support in form of capacity building of members of the Geopark Committee. We have also benefited from other UNESCO networks, including the German National Commission for UNESCO, the Lesbos Island Geopark, among others. I call upon all delegates and the countries they represent to take advantage of this new UNESCO designation model to position themselves to achieve conservation of geoheritage, the natural heritage, and cultural heritage for prosperity. The designation also unlocks development opportunities in the form of investment in the sustainable hospitality, geotourism, sustainable nature-based enterprises, and job opportunities. Geoparks are also about education for sustainability, providing lifelong learning opportunities for local communities, students, scientists, and researchers. The Geopark also provides mechanism for geological hazards risk reduction. I look forward to an engaging training and hope that each of the delegates present will go back to their countries to initiate or scale up Geopark nomination processes. Kenya looks forward to strengthening partnerships, collaborations, and networking with both already designated geoparks and aspiring one for purposes of exchanging expertise, experiences, and lessons learned within the framework of South-South and North-South collaborations. We hope to also work more with the Africa UNESCO Geopark Network and other regional geopark networks to leverage on opportunities that exist. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank UNESCO once again for convening this regional workshop, and the team from Baringo, the team from NatCom, the national and county geopark committees. With these remarks, ladies and gentlemen, I wish you a successful workshop and hope that you spare some time to sample geological, natural, and cultural heritage of Baringo. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Daktari. Let's appreciate her once again as she goes to sit down. Asante.
Thank you.
Maybe especially the local, for the benefit of the local media, Baringo is still an aspiring geopark. Let's not say that we're already a geopark. We're still having baby steps. The next person, I think, is it Alexandro? Yeah, because Alexandro is coming to make some brief remarks on behalf of Professor Herbert Jitson. Welcome, Alexandro.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Honorable Penina Malonza, on her way here, Cabinet Secretary of the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Heritage from the Republic of Kenya. Your Excellence, Dr. Benjamin Cheboy, Governor of Baringo County, Senators, Deputy Speaker, members of the Parliament and County Assembly, experts, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Mambibi na Mabwana. It is a great pleasure and honor for me to be hosted today by Baringo County and to welcome you to this first capacity building workshop on UNESCO Global Geoparks in Africa. I would have said a lot of things about geoparks, but Dr. Jonga practically covered everything from the birth of the geopark concept in UNESCO to how many we have and their use. I just want to let you know that actually geoparks is the newest kid on the block of UNESCO designated sites. As such, it brings a lot of evolution in it and a lot of new ideas. Other than the geodiversity that we're looking, of course, the science part of it and the natural resources management, we're looking at issues of climate change, of disaster risk reduction. We're looking at issues of education, like Dr. Njoga mentioned. We're making sure that we capture local and indigenous knowledge. And not most importantly so, we ensure the heavy involvement of the local communities, right? This is one of the additional elements that Geopark brings, the real involvement of the local community. It is their initiative, right, not ours. So we're very proud of the new network of designated sites because it brings all this innovation within the work that we're doing. And of course, there is a focus on women and youth, right, within the community part. Again, as the representative of the UNESCO Nairobi office, I'm very proud that the very first capacity building workshop of UNESCO for geoparks is taking place here in Kenya, and particularly in Baringo County, and bringing together people from more than 13 countries. And I'm very happy that some of you came at 4 a.m. just to make it to this workshop, ready to learn more and see how you could implement this new concept for sustainable development in your countries. I myself would like to thank a number of people for making this thing possible. I would like to thank my colleagues at headquarters who help us facilitate this whole thing. I would like to thank also in advance all of our facilitators who have flown from different parts of the world to ensure a very good quality training for the experts from all over Africa. And of course, I would like to thank our hosts. I would like to thank the local committee who worked tirelessly to make this thing happen. And I would like to thank the Baringo County also for their generosity and hospitality. And last but not least, I would like to thank the government of Flanders, Kingdom of Belgium, for supporting financially. As I said, right, and UNESCO is also about shifting that paradigm that we have for sustainable development. We're looking more and more about living with nature and searching for solutions, right, nature-based solutions, in order to promote socioeconomic development. And that's why we realize how much more important conservation and preservation of our bio and geodiversity are. Therefore, we have to understand that also this will be a continuous process, right? Even if a geopark manages to get the title of a geopark, this is not the end, right? It's a continuous effort. Regardless of that, we have, for example, in UNESCO, we have every 4 years an assessment of the progress of what still a geopark really represents what sustainable development is all about, right? It's never an end to a mean, right? It's rather a continuous effort. It's something that we will still strive for. I'm not going to talk much. I'm just going to say that we have a very rich program following up the next couple of days. As I said before, we have a number of very great scientists who have experience to let us know about the concept, but also we have a number of you who are going to bring your cases, how geoparks work in other parts of the world, so we can learn better. And we're going to be able this way to set up a new network of people who are interested in the same idea. And I'm very glad that I will be part of this very first effort. And rest assured that other than representative of the UNESCO office today, as my function like the chief of the science sector, I'll be there to support all your efforts regarding this area of our work. Thank you very, very much for your attention, and I'm looking forward to a very fruitful discussion in the next following days, and to see an aspiring geopark become eventually a geopark here in Kenya, in Baringo.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alexander. We appreciate it. Let me take this opportunity to invite Mr. Chris Archibald on behalf of the African Geoparks Network. Welcome. And as he comes, join me to appreciate and welcome the Member of Parliament for Baringo North, Honorable Joseph Makilap. Asante.
Mr. the Governor of County Baringo, Mr. the Representative of UNESCO, Christoph, ladies and gentlemen, representative of Geopark and aspiring Geopark, honorable assistants, all protocol observed. As a president of African Network and a president of UNESCO Global Geopark Mugun in the Kingdom of Morocco, the first geopark recognized by UNESCO in 2014 as the one and only geopark in Africa in the Arab world, I would like to express my gratitude to County of Baringo for the quality of welcome, the hospitality and the human warmth, what we have felt since our arrival in Kenya. Allow me first of all to tell you that the Geopark family currently has 177 geoparks, the majority of which are in Europe and Asia. Unfortunately, we only have 2 geoparks in Africa. Although the concept of geopark started in 2000, and the Global Geopark Network was created in 2004. Thus, the regional network were created, the European Aegean, the Asia Pacific Network, and the Latin America and Caribbean Network. Our African network, OGGN, was created in 2019 following the creation protocol signed between the official of Mugun and Ngorongoro Lingala during the 2nd National Geological Heritage Day of Morocco in November 2019. The objective of our African network is to facilitate the sharing of experience, the formation of joint project initiative and capacity building, the coordination of activities at continental level for the exchange of information and cooperation between geoparks in the region. Also, assisted geopark projects and popularized the concept with local government to adopt good practice in territorial development. The circumstance imposed by COVID-19, the launch of African Network planned as part of the first African Conference of Geopark, which was to be organized in Arusha in Tanzania, and replaced by an online creation in 2021. The main role of the African UNESCO Global Geopark is to provide a networking platform that will enable the strategic promotion of geoheritage, conservation of geopark territory, and geopark projects. In addition, it will provide support in particular in the sustainable economic development of geopark area with emphasis in improving the solidarity and solidary economy, the development of local product, geotourism and tourist activities, mountain sports, geoheritage and geoeducation. Also, the promotion and exchange of scientific knowledge, technology and expertise, as well as education and awareness program, and the positing of an African agenda of the various geopark activities. The organization of regional geopark conference, workshop and seminary capacity building activities, joint projects, joint promotion and publication activities. Our African continent, rich in its geological, natural and cultural landscape heritage, its biodiversity, its fauna and flora, its landscape value, river, lake, mountain, forest, savanna, safari, the ancestral knowledge of African tribes are assets to ensure the convergence of the efforts of all the actors as part of the geopark concept to answer sustainable development for local population. We continue to support the efforts of UNESCO and the Global Geopark Network within the Grant for Africa program to support geopark projects and local initiatives that wish to seriously integrate the large international Global Geopark Network family. Today, we have 6 projects that hope to become UNESCO Geopark or aspirant to be Geopark, including Baringo in Kenya, Isalo in Madagascar, Eswatini, Ad-Dahar in Tunisia, Shaun in the north of Morocco, Sohag in Egypt, and we have 5 other projects in Morocco. And we have accompanied other projects in Kingdom Saudi Arabia, in the Bahrain, in Sultanate Oman, and Jordani. Next January, an African conference in Geopark has been organized in Morocco for the benefit of Geopark projects in Africa and Arab world. And in September 2023, we are organizing, and for the first time in Africa, in Marrakesh, in Morocco, the 10th International Conference on UNESCO Geoparks. A great opportunity for all our African friends to participate and be inspired by good practice and successful projects around the world. Today at Baringo Geopark, I put myself and my team at our disposal to share 20 years of experience of Mugun Global Geopark and continue to assist you to ensure an integrated development of your geopark project. I wish all success of your conference, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Idris. Idris, sorry, not Idris. Yesterday when we met in the evening, when he introduced himself, everybody was appreciating him on behalf of Morocco for doing us great in the World Cup. So thank you. I'll take this opportunity to invite Christine Ranges Chepkoech. She knows Baringo more than some of you. Welcome.
This one. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, honored guests, Your Excellencies, Governor of Baringo, senators, main Secretary General of Kenya, National Commission for UNESCO, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very tempted also to say friends, because I feel really honored to be here. I've been here before, spent so many days with the colleagues here, and for sure your communities are more than friendly. They are warm people, and I'm so happy to be back. So on behalf of Global Geoparks Network, GGN in short, I would like also to say that we are so honored that we are here, that this conference, the first capacity building workshop on UNESCO Global Geoparks in Africa, will really take place. GGN, I will present GGN later today, so I'm not spending too much time on GGN, just to say UNESCO Global Geoparks that are not GGN members. The close cooperation between UNESCO and the Global Geoparks Network is really fruitful and important. So we will hear more and talk a little bit more about that. As a GGN member, when you become, in the future, a UNESCO Global Geopark, is of course coming with obligations, but also with rights and possibilities. I'm really also proud of the name, Global Geoparks Network, because networking is actually what we do. And I think, and I expect to see a lot of starting networking during this workshop. It is also, of course, very good to see that we can meet face to face like this. We have learned over the pandemics, of course, that we have good tools in the digital system. It's nothing that can compete with meeting together and discuss and really on-site answer questions and learn from each other. That is always my most important thing when I'm visiting new areas, to learning, and that is both ways. We learn from each other. So taking the opportunity again to underline the huge potential in this continent, I'm really looking forward to the future happenings, the progress in this area. I'm looking so much forward to the next days. We will spend a lot of time together. We will see your presentations of your ideas and territories. And again, we will have time to speak and talk and learn. So just on behalf of GGN again, I would like to congratulate not only the UNESCO in Paris and in Kenya, but also the Baringo team, all the support from all the other areas from UNESCO present here. When we were here in May, you have done so good preparations, and I'm sure that we will see also the fruits from that stay, and thank you so much.
And I'm going to now call upon
Thank you, Dr. Philemon Shebon. Yeah, number 5, that's the trending topic today. There is a team of tuna handlers who are covering this workshop. It's actually an aspiring site. No, it's not there, but for the sake of this workshop, it will be corrected. So it's Baringo, it's aspiring to be a geopark site. So that is the correction I wish to make. We'll in turn invite the governor. Let's a round of applause as he comes. All right, Karibu.
Thank you, Mr. Tubey, and all protocols observed. Let me take this opportunity to tell you my name. My name is Zachary Kobetbet, mostly known as the Minister or Waziri for Trade and Tourism in Baringo. Welcome all delegates. Welcome all the leadership of Baringo. And to thank the committee who organized this conference. Mheshimiwa Cheptumo is arriving. The Senator for Baringo, you are welcome. Kindly take your seat. Let's appreciate him as he comes in. So I'm saying thank you, the committee who organized this conference. Thank you all delegates from UNESCO and the rest parts of Africa and the world for honoring this meeting and coming to this conference. I'll only take a few of your time and introduce the CEC members, committee executive members of this county, and then I hand over the microphone. Kindly stand up for, can you applaud them? On the nearest part, I have Mr. Richard Tamar, in charge of environment in the county. The next one is Reverend Kiuta is our bishop and in charge of education in our county. The next one is Ruben Ruto. He owns the lands of Baringo. So he's here and he's the one who will be mapping down our land, proposed sites for Geopark. You are welcome. Give them a better applause. Asanteni sana. I'll hand off the microphone to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, CC Kabarnet. In that, we are still waiting for the members of the County Assembly, because then when they join us, we'll give them the opportunity. And now it's my pleasure to invite Member of National Assembly, Baringo North, Honorable Joseph Makila, who will in turn invite the Senator, and the protocol continues that way. Tumshangilie Mheshimiwa. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, the UNESCO Secretary General, our Excellency Governor of Baringo, Boy, our Senator, and also his colleague Senator from Mandera, Wachia, and the members of Diplomatic Corps. I want to take this opportunity to join my governor in welcoming you to Baringo. You are highly welcome home. That's why as leaders who want to say, this is one of the first international conference obstruct any activity in Parliament and in this county to ensure that we have a safe landing and organization that will work in reducing the issues that we try to address, the issue of natural resources, the side tourism, you promote tourism, employment, culture, and science research. In fact, I saw that there was funding which ended on 12th of June on civic roads research that was funded through UNESCO. And I want to encourage the people who work for our government to actually continue appraising themselves on what UNESCO keeps on posting so that we can become beneficiaries of the same funding. In this business of UNESCO with the team from the Baringo County, and I'm excited that to the people of this county who are in this room and this country called Kenya, this is the game changer. To this county of diversity, this will reduce poverty, this will reduce federal suffering, it will enable access to education for all our children in this county. This is going to change the mindset of our people from traditional farmers to cattle hustlers to whatever, to become, to have a new paradigm shift on what we want to do for our country. And you have a very good legend, Volker Mason, a man who is very passionate about this. We want to thank your boy for ensuring that Kenoso is always available. This is a global product and has a lot of real knowledge on science that they are mapped to become jobs in this country. So my on behalf of the people of Baringo North, where majority of scenic sites and features capable of being UNESCO sites in the world, actually in my constituency. So I will be very, in fact, at the end of this conference, during your what is called excursion, visit that place called Simot, which is on your cover page of your the waterfalls in Simot, which is not, it's not more than 5 kilometers from here, maybe 8 kilometers. And you see yourself the wonders of the world. And which I'll be very happy when you visit those places. So those were a few remarks. I want once again to say, on behalf of my colleagues, especially the Member of Parliament for this constituency called Baringo Central, who is my neighbor, and my all other colleagues, members of Parliament, I want to say you are welcome and continue to host this conference here, and let us partner Morocco. Let us partner the people from Tanzania and Ngorongoro area, where they host a lot of Geopark. Are they here? Tanzania are here from Ngorongoro. Actually, that is a masterclass of the world, and we want to have the same here. So if you are here, make sure you also have an opportunity to, take even members of Parliament so they own this thing and help you move so many things in this country. And of course, Morocco. And Morocco, all of us as Africans, we are a bit away from being the champions of the world. So those were my remarks. I want to take this opportunity once again to say Karibu Sana and welcome our Senator from Baringo, Senator William Cheptumo, who in turn will invite the governor, and I'm very sure the governor from Wajir is acting on behalf of a big man around. So Karibu Senator, Karibu Bwana Senator Cheptumo, around our club of Cheptumo, Karibu Sana ndugu yangu.
Thank you, Honorable Matla, our Member of Parliament, Baringo North, Excellency Governor Windu Manatiboy. I will skip some protocols here because I'm told the CS is on the way. Professor Gibson, I believe he's here. Director of UNESCO Regional Office of Eastern Africa, Dr. Evangeline Njoka, Secretary General, CEO, Kenya National Commission for UNESCO, my Deputy Governor, Deputy Speaker, is almost Ituro. He will be joining us very soon. The Senate is here with our Deputy Speaker and my colleague, Senator Abbas, who is in the House, and we expected more 3 senators also in this forum. The members of the National and County Geopark UNESCO Committee, representatives of the African Global Geopark Network Committee, leaders present, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Today is a very special day, not only in Kenya, but also in the continent of Africa. This is because Baringo is privileged to be the very first place, not only in the country, but at large, to have that project done in its soil. As Baringo County, we are proud, we are happy, we are delighted to host this very important workshop. We are all aware that UNESCO's work with geoparks began in 2001. In 2004, 17 European and 8 Chinese geoparks came together at UNESCO headquarters in Paris to form the Global Geoparks Network, GGN, where national geological heritage initiatives contribute to and benefit from their membership of global network exchange and cooperation. And on 17 November 2015, the 195 member states of UNESCO ratified the creation of a new level, the UNESCO Global Geopark, during the 38th conference of the organization. This expresses the government's strong recognition of the importance of managing outstanding geological sites and landscapes in this holistic manner. And Governor, I have taken the trouble to be detailed in this particular forum because the Secretary of Baringo, I hold a lot of special attention to this particular initiative. I want the UNESCO team to realize that as leaders of Baringo, we've taken time and we've known the fun of this initiative. So you'll have to give me some bit of time just to show you that as a Senator Baringo, I've taken time to understand. And one of the milestones that our governor will have established in this region, in the south, is if we have this initiative working in Baringo. These organizations support member states efforts to establish UNESCO global parks and around the world, in close collaboration with the Global Geopark Center. It is for this reason that the 11th Parliament, which I was privileged to be part to pass the Kenya National Commission for UNESCO Act number 5, 2013. That time I was serving as a member of Parliament by the law, when we passed the law in 2013. Where is the CEO? Let me just show her. Yeah, sure. That is why now the CEO, because of the law we passed in 2013. And I'm proud that I was part of that Parliament. That passed the law. This law established under Section 3, subsection 1. The Kenya National Commission for UNESCO, whose functions include in the hand, among others, to participate in the formulation of UNESCO's programs and activities, and to participate in mobilization resources for implementation of UNESCO programs and activities. It is therefore within this framework that the UNESCO Kenya National Commission for UNESCO is empowered with the mandate to help facilitate UNESCO in the creation of a geopark in Kenya. Since part of the objective of this workshop is to learn the UNESCO Global Geopark concept, let me, ladies and gentlemen, take this as an opportunity to elucidate and reiterate the UNESCO's contribution and importance in our country and how its contribution is including the protection, conservation of its territorial geoheritage, culturally, environmentally sustainable development of the area. UNESCO Global Geoparks are fundamentally about people and about exploring and celebrating the linkages between our communities and the earth. Baringo has shaped to who we are. It has shaped our farming practices, the building materials, and so on. UNESCO Global Geoparks, therefore, engages our people in a range of activities to celebrate these linkages. Many UNESCO Global Geoparks have strong links to the art communities, where the synergy realized by bringing science and arts together can yield surprising results. One of its primary aim is to promote geoscience, education within local communities, and to fish visitors by conveying the importance of geological heritage to students, teachers, and decision makers, and the broad public. A UNESCO Global Geopark fosters a socio-economic development for the people of Baringo that is culturally and environmentally sustainable, which directly affects our country by improving human living conditions and the rural environment. It shall give our, and this is what I want to emphasize, why Geopark for Baringo. It shall give our people the sense of pride in their region, strengthening public identification with the area, and promote a better understanding of the area's geological, natural, ecological, cultural, and industrial heritage. The establishment of this geological structure is characterized by steep fold, and you realize the unique aspects of geoparks in this part of our country. Steep fold traps, deep gorges, step faulted blocks, cliffs, escarpments, box faults, lake systems, cedar cones, craters on the rift floor, caching gears, and hot springs, to name but a few. Additionally, there are volcanic, sedimentary, and metamorphic rocks. The older metamorphic rocks occur in a small region in the north, while the larger part of the geopark is covered by volcanic rocks. What I'm trying to do, ladies and gentlemen, is to expand the capacity in our county, in our region. Baringo County is characterized by faults such as the Simo Fault, which urinates Tugen Hills in west, while on the eastern part there are series of fault traps forming the Laikipia Rift border faults. Baringo Bogoria Basin lies west of the Simo Fault in the rift floor, is 50 kilometers long and 20 kilometers wide. These geoparks have a rich the geothermal resources that are being exploited for purposes of energy production and indicated oil deposits and economic resources. Natural spar, diatomites, ruby, and so on and so forth. Fluoride and many other carbon dioxide, sand, and ballast. If established as is currently envisaged, if our geopark proposal is established as proposed, our geopark will realize the objectives that are in line with the three pillars of geoparks protection: sustainable development and education. These objectives include stimulating the creation of innovative local enterprises, small businesses, sustainable tourism activities and businesses, geotrails, new jobs by generating new sources of revenue, and so on. As you may be aware, the Baringo Rift Valley Geopark geological structure is characterized by steep, and I think I've mentioned that. I don't want to repeat that. This region, as I said, I will skip that because of time, and then I now say that if we establish the geopark in Baringo, the following objectives that are in line with the three pillars. One, it will contribute to a great understanding of geological processes and the study of the Earth system through opportunities for research and lifelong learning education. In Africa today, we have two in Morocco and Tanzania. Hopefully, we'll have one in Kenya, that is in Baringo. It will create an opportunity, and I think that is what one of the members' leadership spoke about here, exchanging ideas. We'll be able to learn more from Tanzania, the nature of their geoparks, learn more from Morocco, and they also learn from us. Support the conservation of landscapes, including other aspects of natural heritage. Promote, celebrate, preserve, and conserve cultural heritage, sports heritage, and so on. Number 3, provide opportunities and mechanisms for addressing climate change and its effects, geohazards, disasters, risk education, and so on. You will agree with me today, one of the critical challenges facing the world is the climate change. This will give us an opportunity to deal with that situation. Finally, number 4 is provide opportunities for geotourism, culture tourism, and other forms of sustainable ecotourism. I applaud UNESCO for using a bottom-up approach that is similar to President Ruto's administrative economic model. So, bottom-up never started in Kenya Kwanza government. Even UNESCO practice bottom-up model. Can we give a clap to my speaker, Deputy Speaker of Senate? So karibu Speaker. Their approach empowers local communities and gives them the opportunity to develop cohesive partnerships with the common goal of promoting the area's significant geological processes, features, periods of time, historical themes, linked, and so on. The UNESCO Global Geopark bottom-up approach involves all relevant local and regional stakeholders and authorities in the areas, such as landowners, community groups, tourism providers, indigenous people, and local organizations. This process requires firm commitment by the local communities, a strong local multiple partnerships with long-term public and political support, and the development of a comprehensive strategy that will meet all the community's law goals while showcasing and protecting the area geological heritage. And that's a very important point. Communities must understand what are we doing so that they don't become a problem to it, but they participate in ensuring that these programs are established. So I want to thank the UNESCO because the bottom-up approach now, where you engage the communities, is very important. As you are aware, Baringo County has the following geosites. One, and I will just mention, I know most of you don't understand where these places are, but I will just mention because ultimately you will visit them during the excursion. Sineboy, Morop, Trambas, Rondinin fossils, and for your information, Your Excellency, in 2000, through the efforts of Kenya Community Museums and Bigford, a national from France, though born in Kenya, discovered the earliest man, the Tugenaisis. Today, Baringo remains the only county where we have discovered the earliest man. Many years. And about 12 sites, not sites, the human remains, fossils, about 12 species were actually discovered in a place called Rondinin, just down here. We currently are looking forward to discovering and knowing where that particular fossil is taken. I don't want to make a political statement here, but I wanted this forum to know that Baringo has several sites, and especially where we discovered the oldest man, and can easily facilitate as you do your mapping, as you do your assessment of the potential of the area, that will come out very, very strongly. Bartabwa, Ngenyin, Frog, Rock, Cabarcero, Caborion, Ecological Cave, Simo Twins Fall, which somebody has just mentioned, just in Ocean here. Releng, Hot Springs, Kosirsir Waterfalls, Tukomoi Migratory Observation, Cabrobeta Rock, Cabrobeta is just around here. Ngoit View Spots, Point, Cheblot George, Paka Volcano, Lake Baringo, and so on. Koromoson, an ancient ecological fortress, Lake Bokoria National Reserve, where we have the hot springs, and so on and so forth. Rich in what, if considered, can form a very strong geopark in our country. In this regard, therefore, let me conclude by stating that I fully support this project, spearheaded by UNESCO and by NATCOM, for three critical reasons. One reason international, two reasons national, one reason national, and one local. One, it will help cement Kenya's position as a key international partner for the United Nations through one of its key specialized organizations, that is UNESCO. That is one reason why I want to support this program. Already Kenya has shown that it is keen in fostering and playing a pivotal role in international affairs through various initiatives spearheaded by our government. In the words of Chinua Achebe and Margaret Ogola, this will be another arrow in our quiver. The second reason is that this project will be very much in line with the bottom-up approach of our government, led by His Excellency President William Samoei Ruto. This Geopark project does not seek to promote the interest of the dynasties and politicians at the expense of the local people. Instead, it seeks to make use of our natural resources for the benefit of the common mwananchi, the hustler, by bringing world-class global-level development projects to their doorsteps for them. This brings me to my final reason, ladies and gentlemen. This project reinforces the pride we have had in our great county of Baringo. In reading about our county, we will do our best as leaders of Baringo to ensure that this becomes a safe county for development of our partners. The issue of drought, which has become another challenge also in our society, as we all know, the climate change is here with us, is causing a lot of challenges around here. But again, the government of William Samoei Ruto, with our leadership from Baringo, we have a clear plan to put up a number of dams so that we have water for irrigation, water for livestock, so that then we have enough food supply for our people. So again, shortly, the challenge of drought and all these other things, through the initiatives I'm talking about, we will have some solutions. So that as you leave back to your countries and to Nairobi and so on, Baringo is slowly and surely changing to be an environment of peace, of supply, of plenty. That is the assurance I want to give you people. I want to request you, when you go back, and when you be doing your assessment, please support this initiative. I am told there are about four steps actually which you do before you approve a geopark. I will not disclose, I'm aware. Is it red card, blue card, a yellow card somewhere, and so on. I read it in some. So I want to plead with our friends from UNESCO that we are prepared to receive you people again and move forward. After this, I know there will be an excursion, but the governor allow me to say this because I need to do this. After this session, I will be leaving back to Nairobi because of some engagements my speaker is aware. But we have our governor around with us, our members of parliament are also joining us, so that when you do the excursion and you don't see the senator, don't ask yourself why. I wish I could be able to be with you through, but you have my blessings. And Bwana Cheboy, as they go all those areas, I have a farm with some goats and some sheep and some cows. I know it's not possible to take a cow from Baringo to Paris or to Nairobi, but you are a generous community. My governor is very generous. I know he will take care of you people until you leave this place when you are very, very happy with Baringo. Governor, I've taken time because I told you I'm really interested with this particular issue. I want to thank our county government for doing the application to UNESCO for this very project. That's why you are here. So as you consider our application, after this, do so positively. Deputy Governor and Deputy Speaker, I want to welcome you to make your address. And Governor, you remember, just come as you come. You remember last week, the County Assembly of Baringo were in the Senate. And you really received us. You really received them. I'm happy today you are on the Baringo now, where you saw those MCAs come before the House. I want to welcome him. Can we put our hands together and clap for our Deputy Speaker? Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you, my brother Senator for Baringo and the Chairman, Security and Foreign Relations of the Senate. I'll start and coming to my first address. Before I forget, I want to take cue where my colleague has left. But before I do that, I want to introduce you to my other colleague, Senator for Wajir, and the Chairman for Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations. Come and say jambo tu kuja. Umetembea kutoka, or you have come from very far, so just come and say jambo for just 30 seconds that you are here with us.
Thank you, my speaker. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I introduce myself a second time again for those who are not here. My name is Abbas Mohammed, the Senator for Wajir. Wajir is still at the end, the border of Somalia and Kenya. For those of you who don't know it, and also share the Committee for Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations, where even UNESCO falls in. So it's actually a great pleasure for me to be here today. Actually, I have an interest because I'm a background of natural scientist. That was my background for my first degree. And this is where I did some of my studies when I was in university. And when I was invited, actually, I was excited to come back to Baringo again. And I want to tell everyone, Shiboy, we look forward for more development. Actually, the Geoparks is actually a new initiative, a new innovations. And Kenya is a land of many contrasts, beautiful land. Immediately after Baringo, you will see a plain and that's it. So you have a lot of comparative studies to do. So you are in the safe place, you are in the right place for the geopolitics, the geoparks. With those few remarks, I want to thank you all for coming. Please, karibu. Na Kenya hakuna matata, and enjoy yourself. Thank you.
Actually, it was very deliberate to allow my colleague to say hi, because what we are discussing really falls in his committee, so that he can protect whatever you have planned, the chair security and the governor. The gentleman, Senator Abbas, is on in charge of what we are discussing because he oversees devolution. If you need support for geoparks, this is the committee even to give more recommendations. So I did not breach any protocol to invite him here. It was very deliberate, so that also he can take responsibility to ensure that this project works in Baringo. And from Baringo, you can consider a place like Meru. I represent Meru County in the Senate, and the gentleman represent Wajir. So you can consider other approvals in that order. Baringo, Meru, Wajir. Therefore, I'm very happy to be here this morning. We have various dignitaries, including our His Excellency, the Governor for Baringo, Benjamin Cheboy, the representative with the Director UNESCO Regional Office, my friend Alexandros. At least I know one white man in this house, Mr. Alexandros, Makarigakis, the two difficult names. So I'm happy to see you again after we met in Paris last week. We have other dignitaries from other countries, members of the national and county government officials who are here, the National Geopark Committee members, and distinguished delegates. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of my colleagues from the Senate Parliament, I'm delighted to join you today during this first regional Geopark capacity building workshop. I take this earliest opportunity to join my colleagues in welcoming you in Baringo and in Kenya for those who are from outside the country. Ladies and gentlemen, I know the diversity of the institutions and the countries represented here, and I appreciate the fact that as citizens of the world, we are brought together as we collectively pursue the conservation and protection of our heritage that has been bequeathed to us by our ancestors. Across Kenya and in all the 47 counties, this country, Kenya, is endowed with a rich and unmatched heritage, geological, natural, and cultural heritage. The role of this heritage is promoting peace and integration, spurring economic growth, and improving the livelihoods of our people. We believe it can be a game changer in terms of how we map, value, and protect our heritage. However, we note that this heritage needs to be not only valorized and recognized for it to be fully appreciated because of its understanding universal value, but must be safeguarded from the many threats that it faces. That is why now I emphasize the point that the Senator for Baringo was mentioning about the bad things that has been associated with Baringo. This is a new Baringo. I want to assure all the delegates in this room, this is a new Baringo. I've never been up to this town, but I've been to Marigat, all the way to Lake Baringo. There is another place, my colleague Shamata, Tangurubei. He went to the school with the same class with Mr. Shamata of Naticom. was my colleague at the university. So when the Abbas, you say, you know, natural resources, we are also products of natural resources management from Egerton University. We used to come to Chemeron, Bwana Cheboi for field work because natural resources involves these difficult terrains. So I'm not new in this county. So Chairman, because you are the Chairman security, the commitment that Chairman has given you about security, you can take that to the bank. Because he's the one, even now he's going to chair meetings on how to improve security in Kenya as he leaves this workshop. So the chairman of the Senate Committee on Security has given you that commitment, and you can take that to the bank because he sits with the head of state, with the chairman of the national security, with the deputy president, almost every morning to discuss on how to improve security in this country, starting from Baringo, Pokot, Turkana, Samburu, and all these other volatile counties. Therefore, Mr. Chairman, I want to put a rubber stamp that what you have seen, I'm a natural resource management specialist, and so when I hear that the geoparks are about protection, sustainable development, and education, this appears dear to me. I also understand that this model to conservation and protection puts community at the core, and this is even making it more appealing. I'm also very happy because you are not forcing geoparks to the communities. This workshop actually is intended to involve, to do public participation, so that whatever you are doing is in tandem with our constitution. So I really thank you because the governor and UNESCO and all these partners, you are not forcing this project down the throats of the Baringo people. So, hongera sana. Thank you very much for that. The overall function of the Senate is to protect the interests of the counties and their governments. According to Article 96 of the Constitution, the Senate has a role in lawmaking, determining allocation of national revenue among counties as per Article 217 of the Constitution, and overseeing national revenue allocated to county governments. Several standing committees of the Senate were to be represented, and I know the chairs are on their way coming, including Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, Standing Committee on Education, Standing Committee on Devolution, my friend Abbas is already here, Labor and Social Welfare, Lands, Environment and Natural Resources, and also now the Committee on National Security, which is represented by the Senator for Baringo, William Cheptumo. So my other colleagues will be coming on their way. We actually underestimated the distance from either Nairobi or Nakuru. But when we started driving and checked at the Google map, we saw we were to do almost 3 kilometers from Naivasha, 2.5 from Nakuru. I forgot to apologize for coming late, so thank you, my apologies. But I remember and I was late to join you when you started. Also, as senators, we are people's representatives, representing the interests of our respective constituents and counties. We know that Baringo County is leading this geopark nomination process, but we believe that with the many endowments across the 47 counties, we can learn from Baringo and work together to see how this geopark model can be replicated in the rest of our counties. The lessons learned in Baringo will help scale up the nomination process in other counties and in the region. We are here as your students to understand and internalize this new UNESCO International I'm saying we'll be your ambassadors who will spread the message in Parliament and across all our counties. As part of our legislative role, the government is committed to allocate more resources, but also continue devolving functions to county governments. as geoparks require resources and infrastructure to the best international standards. As senators, we commit to support in whichever role to ensure this is possible. The presence of our many delegates from various countries represented here means that geoparks is also about partnerships, creating a platform to learn from one another and exchange expertise, resources, and good practices across the UNESCO Global Geopark Network. We call upon you to partner with Kenya. On this note, we are waiting with bated breath for Baringo Great Rift Valley to be formally recognized as a UNESCO Global Geopark. So as we are here, we really request you to give Baringo now a green card, because you talked of yellow. You know we are within the World Cup season, so everybody knows about the yellow card and the red card. Please give Baringo now a green card, so that now they get to the last step of commissioning. On my own behalf and behalf of senators, I want to thank Baringo for hosting this event, Kenya National Commission for UNESCO and UNESCO for coordinating this event and bringing all these delegates together. Okay, I hope the Cabinet Secretary was to be here, but if she comes also, she will receive our gratitude from the Senate. The last one is that the Senator for Baringo, Cheboy, mentioned about goods. And I started celebrating goods and understand the Baringo goods are the best in East and Central. No, north of River Limpopo and south of Sahara. So Baringo has the best goods in that region. So if you can give me your farm manager, I can visit and maybe carry 2 or 3 goats to Meru so that we can do cross breeding even of goats, because the goats in Meru maybe needs to be improved. In a right touch, since you are living, I know we are in good hands with the governor. I've been with the governor for this county for 5 days in Paris last week. And I want to tell the Baringo community, the Baringo residents who are here, where are the Baringians? People from Baringo who are here. You have a very dedicated governor. And I wish, I was with him for 5 days. When I'm with him in 5 days, we have a lot of problems where I come from. Meru now is the most trending county in Kenya, Meru. The governor could wake up at 6 a.m. so that he catches up with the discussions at 7. After the meetings, then he was doing other meetings, sending meetings up to 9. So I was asking him, you are so struggling and you are almost doing your last term, because you did 1 term and this is the last one. So the commitment he has is like he's fresh. Governor fresh. So it's God will help Governor Cheboy. So I will ask you really to support him. He has a lot of plans for Baringo County. And how I wish we have that working partnership. Because I can see the senator is with him trying to address Baringo issues. Members of Parliament will be joining us. MCAs are with us. That unity is what we need in this country. Where I come from, we have issues, so you pray for us uko Meru. So mnaelewa mambo ya Meru, wale Wakenya wako hapa sasa kusema kwa Kiswahili, because naomba Geopark ziende huko. Ikiongea Kiingereza itasumbua. So please support Governor Cheboy, and we agreed whatever UNESCO and any other partner does in Baringo should be replicated in Meru. Whatever is done in Meru by any partner, we should do it in Baringo. So thank you very much. I'm happy to be here, and I'm not in a hurry, Bwana Senator, to leave today. So maybe I'm still around today, but tomorrow I'll be going for other engagements in Nairobi. Thank you very much, and God bless.
thank you, our Deputy Governor. Senator, sorry, Deputy Speaker, Senate. Now, next week, and I think it is important for the Deputy Speaker to hear this, I will actually decline giving you the 2 goats because I want you to come for the goat auction next week. Because if I give you 2 goats this week, Mbusi Mbili, which I had promised, so I want to decline that and promise to invite you for the goat auction next week next week. And I will buy for my Deputy Speaker, I will actually double the number. I'm saying that because, ladies and gentlemen, we are back to our annual goat auction in Kimalel here. So we want to invite everybody, including even our visitors. It's a big day where we have the president coming around with his cabinet.
Thank you very much, our Senator, for those good remarks. The President or representative or President UNESCO Global Geoparks, our political leaders present here, led by the Deputy Speaker of the Senate and our own Senator, William Cheptumo, and Senator Wajia, I think he's gone out. My colleagues from the County of Baringo, the Speaker of the County of Baringo, who is here with us. You'll allow me to invite them to stand so that I can introduce them because they have just come a little bit just now. Speaker, plus all members of the County Assembly who are here with us today. I think, do you have another microphone? I ask the Speaker to introduce them. And members from our visitors, we have a lot of political support for this program. The presence of these political leaders is an emphasis of the importance Baringo County gives UNESCO. This is why they are here, all of them. Speaker.
Good morning. I'm sorry we came late because the governor is aware that he has a supplementary budget, which part of it includes a budget for Geopark. And he told me, don't come to this meeting without approving first. So we had to stay a little bit so that we are able to start the process. We have left it midway. We'll leave at some point again to go and proceed in the discussions. My name is Vincent Kemboy, the Speaker of Baringo County Assembly. With me is the team, the department, Committee for Environment, led by the chairperson, Honorable Nixon Lemlem. Engineer Nixon Lemlem is the MCA for Marikat Ward. Marikat Ward is 40 kilometers from Kabarnet. We also have Mr. Max Yalo, member of the committee, MCA Mochongoi Ward, Mokotio Ward.
Chebon.
Mheshimiwa Michael Chebon, MCA Simon Soy. Mheshimiwa Julia Kumbelel, nominated MCA, Baringo County. Mheshimiwa Tangulbe, from Tangulbe Ward. Shadrach Mailuk, Mheshimiwa for, it tells me there are so many good sites in Tangulbe. It's unexploited. And maybe Mheshimiwa, you will, during the tea break, you'll be able to tell us about that hill. That has a funny name. I'll not say the name here. We also have Mheshimiwa Caroline Lesaya, nominated MCA Baringo County. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted the members of UNESCO and the participants in this workshop to know that you have our political support as a county and as a government. When you see a whole strong team of members of parliament, then that is one of the reasons why they are here. So the delegates and experts who are here today, NATCOM Secretary General and staff, Geopark committees, distinguished guests and participants. And of course, I cannot forget to recognize the presence of Alexandro, who gave us a very good time when we were in UNESCO. And by the way, we were talking about groundwater. And Alexandro is a geologist, and most of the people here are geologists, and unknown to many of us, the world depends on groundwater. And we were discussing on how we can be assisted in Kenya, and particularly in Baringo, to map groundwater in this region, including Meru, of course. And that was a promise of Alexandro, not me, that we can be able to access water, which is a very significant resource for the development of our people. Ladies and gentlemen, I do not want to speak much because my colleagues have said all that I could have said. And I do not want to tire you with more speeches. What Honorable Cheptumo has said, what the chair of UNESCO, NATCOM has said, and all the gentlemen who have, the people who have spoken here is more than enough for me to say more. You are the experts. As ourselves, we just want to thank you for choosing Baringo County and to tell you that we are not only applying to become a geopark site as part of the Great Rift Valley. We are confident that you guys will put a stamp on Baringo County being the third geo site in Africa. I have no doubt in my mind. And I want to thank Kimosop. Where is Kimosop? He has disappeared. Yes. This guy is a brilliant mind in tourism, in matters geopark, in matters geotourism. He knows each and every place that is of interest in Baringo County. I wish you had enough time. He would take you to every nook and cranny that you can be able to feel and appreciate how valuable geosites, the valuable geosites we have in this county. I'm sure you all know that this region also bears evidence of the origins of mankind, as my brother William Cheptumo has said. And therefore it befits me to welcome you back home. Karibuni sana. I wish to register our special gratitude to the following partners for supporting this. The Kenya National Commission for UNESCO as the lead technical support agency, the technical experts from National Geopark Committee, and I am very proud of them. They are here, led by Professor, is it Professor or Dr. Mbua? Yes, we're very proud of you, and thank you for choosing to work with us in Baringo. And for the sake of Baringo County people, I would like to see that committee that has done this for us to stand up so that you can be seen. The National Geopark Committee members. Yeah, these are the team who did us proud. I also want to recognize the members of the County Geopark Committee here with us. And again, kindly stand so that you can. These guys have worked tirelessly. We have not paid them much. They have spent nights and days doing so much for this geopark. And I can assure you that with this team, oh, welcome, Waziri. Welcome, Waziri. Can you stand up and welcome Waziri? Karibuni sana. Yeah. No, just sit down now. She has arrived. Welcome. Welcome, Waziri. Welcome. Karibu. Sit down. Yeah. welcome Waziri and welcome our women rep, Honorable Chematia, to this function. We're just about to finish our speeches and then welcome you. So I was recognizing our team from Baringo County for doing an excellent job. All you see here and all you have heard about Baringo County Geopark is because of these eminent gentlemen. They are researchers, they are scholars, and they are residents of this county. In recognition of the great scientific significance of our region, our government here, my government, the government of Baringo County, embarked on a journey to give it more visibility, which gave birth to our aspiration to be part of the global geopark networks. And I want to say, I must say that it is because of William Kimosop that we did this application during the first term that I was governor. We deeply acknowledge the role of geoparks in promoting the three intertwined goals of conservation, sustainable development, and education. We are therefore putting in place mechanisms to mitigate emerging issues such as climate change and to drive wealth generation and prosperity of the people of Baringo County. We have instituted all the prerequisite plans to enable the aspiring geopark meet its expectations. I am glad to inform you that the process of developing policies that will anchor the geopark in the county's legislative framework has commenced. And that is why we have our members of the county assembly here, led by the speaker, Vincent Kimutai, so that this matter goes without any problem, so that any policies, any legal issues that are facilitate us with resources that we can be able to use to finalize this process. This will unlock support not only from the national government, but also from the international partners to develop the sites as per the Global Geoparks Network standards if we are successful to receive the UNESCO Charter. Working with partners and stakeholders through a consultative process, my administration has developed a 10-year management plan 2010 to 2020 for the aspiring Baringo Great Rift Valley Geopark. And this is important because, as said by Alexandro, this is not a one-time event. It is not an event, it is a process. And we must make sure that it is sustainable and we continue to have it, not only for the purpose of that is envisaged in UNESCO, but for the benefit of the people of Baringo County and the people of Kenya. And that is why we are embedding it in a national 10-year management plan. We are also including it in our county integrated development plan, so that as we are developing the county, we are putting the plans to include the geopark as part of it. It is worth noting here that our county geopark committee is comprised of highly experienced professionals drawn from our county staff and the institutions of higher learning, not only in Baringo County, but nationally, so that we have a continuity of this process. I'm also pleased to let you know that during my visit to UNESCO headquarters last week, the receipt of our application for nomination as Baringo Great Rift Valley Geopark was confirmed by the UNESCO Global Geopark Network. That makes us happy, and we are certain that that application will receive the nod, especially after when you finish this workshop. I wish to call upon the network family to come closer and work with us through the local committee, especially in bridging the funding gaps that we may experience due to our limited resource envelope. We will be more than happy to work with you in setting a model upon which the other parts of this country and also the other African states and the world can learn from. I have not told you that one of our slogans in this county is we call ourselves the county of great diversity. The temperatures that you are experiencing now could be the temperatures that can be experienced anywhere in Europe. But if you go 40 kilometers down to where Engineer Lemlem comes from, the temperatures go as far as much as 42 degrees in a very short time. And in sometimes in the year, we also have the coldest part of this county in Timboroa, and sometimes it snows. So you can imagine how diverse we are, having mountains and hills and valleys and lakes and rivers of all sorts. You have been told that we have a migratory bird way in Eldama Ravine called Tudumoe. Birds flying from Europe and passing that region. So yes, we are a county of great diversity. Allow me to recommend that we find additional ways to strengthen and widen our collaboration to enable us to achieve so more, because together we can go further and faster. I want to propose that going forward, we adopt today's function as a week-long training and capacity building workshop that we shall jointly hold on an annual basis. This will facilitate peer-to-peer learning, sharing of best practices, and form the basis of global geoparks exchange programs that we will need to develop in the near future. Of course, the presence of Morocco, and we thank you again. I must add my name in those people who are celebrating Morocco to become, to go into the semi-finals. I was very excited when you beat, is it Portugal? Yeah? Yes, that was great. Everybody was celebrating. I'm sure, Cheptumo, do you watch football? And I'm sure our Waziri must have also celebrated that Africa, we are going to the finals. And this time we will be the winners. At least you are very close to Greece. Yeah, I mean, okay. On behalf of the people of Baringo, I pledge the commitment to this course, and we will continue developing the aspiring geopark up to standard as prescribed by UNESCO Global Geoparks, even as we look forward to your kind consideration in the nomination. As I conclude, I wish the participants of this first ever regional capacity building workshop on UNESCO Global Geoparks in Africa well. We count on your enhanced workshop to effectively drive the global geoparks agenda in Africa and enable more of our regions with world significant heritage to. We shall not only be able to conserve our heritage for educational purposes and for future generations, but also to earn handsomely from our immense tourism potential. Let me tell you that the people of Kenya have noticed that Baringo County is a geopark region long time ago. Every year, dozens of school children come to learn from the geological sites that are very evident in this county. It's only that we have not put it on pen, in black and white, that we are a beautiful place, a wonderful geopark site that the world can be able to visit. Welcome to Baringo County, the county of great diversity, and enjoy your stay. I hope you'll find time to visit some of the scenic places in the county and to see the geopark sites that have been cited by the committee and by those that have spoken before me. You will really enjoy. Finally, I want to add my voice to what the senator said, that sometimes the media exaggerates issues of insecurity in this region of the world. And sometimes when something happens in our neighboring counties, they say it's happening in Baringo. Just like when you are in Europe and something happens in Uganda, because the reporters are reporting in Nairobi, it's as if it's happening in Kenya. This county is the safest county that you can ever find. It is only that sometimes there are resource conflicts, and I know that you know that climate change is to blame for the resource conflicts that we have. That because we have limited access to water, limited access to pasture, sometimes we conflict in trying to get that water and that pasture. That is the only thing. Otherwise, we know we have the security committee that will deal with that particular aspect. Let me, therefore, take this opportunity, and I want to tell you, you will forgive us as politicians, because we value you, and we want to tell you that we are supporting this initiative as much as possible. I would like to request that you allow me to invite our women rep here to say one or two before I invite our guest of honor, Honorable Malonza. Karibu. In Kenya, for those who don't know, we have 47 women representatives representing every county. And she is our member of parliament representing Baringo County among the women. We love women also. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, our Governor, members of Parliament, our Senator, Right Honorable Speaker, and all the guests present. My name is Jamatia. I'm the woman rep, not women rep. I am the woman rep of Baringo County. First of all, I want to apologize for coming late. It was not we worked so hard and we had a challenge. Nairobi is raining so much, and it was raining in the morning, so we couldn't pick and come in time. But thank you so much, because you have done so well. I want to say, as a Baringo person, this is one of the greatest achievements we have gotten so far. Baringo has a lot of history. Politics is one, but most of one of the beauty thing about Baringo is the landscape, the serenity. I think one of the counties in this country that can be rated one of the beautiful that God took time to create is Baringo. We have the best scenery. If you go down, and I believe most of you, because of this opportunity that you even gave us opportunity to, as UNESCO, that you will agree that you don't need to go to Mombasa for holidays. Baringo can give you the best places. You have the sun, you want to have some cool areas, you can also be there. And I want to thank UNESCO. And through my office, I want to assure you of my support. By working closely with you, I know one friend, Mr. Kimosop, took me one time to Albuquerque in New Mexico. And every time we were in the trip, and my friend Lydia there, we were very keen to understand and know and also learn about the natural blessings of God. Everywhere in the world is blessed. And I want to say once again, because of my disadvantage looking after everyone, that welcome to Baringo, and I am ready and will be working with you closely. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we give a round of applause once again for I want to take this opportunity to welcome our chief guest today, who is the Minister in charge of Wildlife, Honorable Malonza. And we're very proud that you are here today. we really want to thank you for accepting to come and grace this occasion. And I want to add that this is the political support and the national government support for UNESCO and for Baringo Geopark. Go and give us that geopark when you go back to Paris. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. My apologies for coming late. The weather was not very good in Nairobi, and we were at the station at 7 and we had to stay until at around 10:30. So very sorry for coming late, but thank you very much, Your Excellency, because you kicked off with the program, and here we are. I think I've arrived at the right time, isn't it? Your Excellency, the Governor of Kericho, Baringo, sorry, Baringo Benjamin Cheboy, Honorable Senator and Deputy Speaker of Senate, Honorable Kaduri Murungi from Meru County, Honorable Senator of Baringo County, Honorable William Chetumo, our woman rep, Honorable Chematia Florence, Honorable Makilap, MP Baringo North, Honorable William Chetumo, I guess I've said it, Honorable Senator Abbas Mohamed from Wajir, and Dr. Egale Joka. Professor Herbert, Director and Representative, UNESCO Regional Office, UNESCO staff present, Mr. Dries, Chair Africa Geoparks Network, County Executive Committee members of Environment, Natural Resources and Tourism, and Trade, and other CECs present, Managing Director, Kerio Valley Development Authority, Chief Officers, other national and county government officials, national and county Geopark committee members, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. First, may I take this opportunity to welcome you to welcome our international guests to Kenya and specifically to Baringo County, the county of diversity, as our governor has already said. And I like what you've said about the whole county. I knew it was a county of diversity, but I didn't know what was in this diversity. Thank you very much for explaining that. It gives me really immense pleasure to grace the opening of this regional workshop. I understand that this regional workshop should have been held earlier, but due to COVID pandemic, it was not possible. How nice is it for us to meet in this hall after that pandemic that kept each one of us in their houses? It's such a joy to be here today. We are honored as a county to host such regional event that brings together our brothers and sisters from across Africa and the world. I understand that this workshop is meant to enhance skills of delegates to ensure that their respective countries embrace the Geopark model. This model is very holistic as it embraces conservation of geological, natural, cultural heritage, while also advancing for sustainable development, education, and research. This is very appropriate because we need to conserve and safeguard this heritage to us as we also bequeath the same of the future generations. This Geopark model is key to addressing loss of species and ecosystems, especially collaborating with communities to protect the species outside the conventional protected areas. This is a very noble agenda, considering that the world is facing unprecedented threat on this important heritage that is important to our own survival. I know that this approach also promotes climate action and disaster, as well as risk reduction. Our cultures are undergoing constant threats from modernization, and due to culture relativism, a principle that all cultures must understand in terms of their in terms of their own values and beliefs, and not by the standards of others, which is very key in promoting our local cultures, especially in promoting integration, peace, and harmonious coexistence. From this, we are able to benefit from cultural tourism, geotourism, and sustainable tourism, which will not only create jobs for our people, but promote enterprises that will accelerate wealth creation and improve the livelihoods of local people while generating revenue for this country. At the onset, as I have learned, the Geopark concept is underpinned by the bottom-up model of development. And this is consistent with the government's manifesto premised on the community taking a central role to push their socio-economic agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, I have been informed that Baringo County has just submitted an application to UNESCO to have Baringo Great Rift Valley aspiring geopark formally designated as a UNESCO Global Geopark. I note this will make Kenya the third in Africa after Morocco and Tanzania, and join the 177 UNESCO Global Geopark networks. It is envisaged that this initiative will propel Kenya onto the global map on sustainable tourism. This worldwide recognition of our significant geological heritage set on the famous Great Rift Valley will be used as a model in the country and in the region to market geotourism. Through the Great Rift Valley, though the Great Rift Valley constitutes a unique landform with rare features that could attract a high number and premium tourists, this has not been the case. However, now with the highly anticipated UNESCO Global Geopark status, the country, and specifically Baringo County, will be the destination of choice globally. The uniqueness of this geopark concept, as much as it leverages on geological heritage, strongly incorporates culture and biodiversity. This concept is and has demonstrated globally and enhances the economy as well as empowering the local community. It also connects heritage with education and thereby raising awareness to both local communities and visitors on matters climate change and natural hazards, and therefore mitigation and adaptation. This especially is important since the world is facing unprecedented challenges related to climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, if this new global status is awarded to Baringo County, and by extension Kenya as a country, it will attract a strong encouragement for us to better understand, appreciate, as well as conserve our natural heritage and environment. The Kenyan government will seize this opportunity and support the initiative by the great people and county government of Baringo. The success of this journey towards a UNESCO Global Geopark status will catapult other counties to replicate the same, and consequently increasing our feasibility as a country globally, as well as enhancing our economic gains. I take this opportunity on behalf of the government of Kenya and on behalf of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, to appreciate both UNESCO, the Kenya National Commission for UNESCO, and the Baringo County for organizing this very important regional conference. It will absolutely give the much needed impetus to the uptake of the Geopark model across Africa. To the participants, I believe that this will be an eye-opener and encouragement to double our efforts. On behalf of the national government, I commit to support this initiative fully and will work with the county government of Baringo to implement or formulate the necessary legislative and policy frameworks. I challenge all stakeholders to work together in marketing the Geopark, as well as enhance capacity of the Geopark stakeholders in tour guiding, entrepreneurship, sustainable land management practices, and sensitize the local community to leverage on the opportunities that come with this destination. Finally, I encourage you to take advantage of this workshop to tour our various destinations and enjoy the hospitality of Kenya, view our wildlife, cultures, and landscapes. With these few remarks, I therefore declare the first capacity building workshop on UNESCO Global Geoparks in Africa officially open. Thank you, and God bless you.
Another round of applause to our Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Penina Malonza. Our chief guests, after this, they're going to have a photo session here with the governor and the senator and deputy speaker Senate. Yeah, the rest of us will go at the entrance. So that will be done as Dr. Chimwata comes to give a directive on the same and vote of thanks. Yeah.
Okay, Dr. Shimwata, you can just come and say thank you in 2 words, because we really, we are on time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All protocol observed. We, of course, acknowledge the presence of our guests. We want to take this opportunity to really, from the bottom of our hearts, to thank you for being able to spare your time to join us today and grace this opening ceremony. We pray that you stay with us the whole week or the next 3 days so that we can be able to walk this journey together. We hope we'll continue working together to ensure that the Geopark model is a success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shimwata. Now, just give me your attention. We need to do a group photo. So the participants will go to the entrance as we have the leadership. But I would request the team from, the team from Paris, if you can just stay behind so that you can also take a photo with the leaders. Yes, they will come. The guests will. So, yes, the guests, you will go and organize yourselves, and then the guests will join you out there. So, yeah.
Check. He's from Paris. No, I'm from here. From Kia. From Paris. When you move slightly this way to balance. Inazuia. Okay, I think you are through that. Chief Guest is now join the rest for the group photo. The Paris team only, and Governor and Chief Guest. From Paris. All right, thank you. Merci beaucoup. Okay, one last request from Environment Committee from the County Assembly, please. Quite quick, yeah. Yes, Environment Committee, County Assembly. Yes. Okay, thank you. Environment Committee, County Assembly. Led by the Speaker also. Let's go to the other side. Okay.
The national level. Yes. We do not. Yes, no, they are big.
Okay. The national and the local committee, the county committee and the national committee, those were here, please. That should be the last one, please. The national committee and the county committee organizing this. Then we can join the others in the terraces at the entrance. Okay, yes. Okay, let's do that quick. Lydia can join them too. Lydia join the other side with next to the governor to balance the photo. In between Chebon should be the last one, yes. This is the county and the national organizing committee that has brought this workshop here. All right, thank you. We may join the bigger team at the terrace, at the entrance. Then we come for the tea or coffee break.
Geopark that have been designated globally, only 2 are found in Africa. So that is actually telling us that we need to do something. And therefore this workshop is just part of the efforts to be able to bridge the existing gap and increase representation of Africa on the UNESCO Global Geopark network. And so what will be the objectives? The first one, of course, is to explain the fundamentals of UNESCO Global Geopark concept. I believe that some of us are interacting with this concept for the first time, and I hope that at the end of the 2 days, it will be clear what it is, what makes them special. And of course, one of the questions that we've always been asked, what makes it different from national parks, from Ramsar sites, from World Heritage sites, and all that. But I think at the end of the 2 days, it will be very clear that this is a very unique model that we really need to impress across Africa. But it's also part of the efforts to raise awareness on the importance of the heritage that we need to conserve. And I think since morning, we've heard about the heritage, and the need to conserve this. And we believe that this is going to provide a very good forum for us to be able to understand what we have in our countries, the link between geological heritage, natural heritage, but also cultural heritage. And of course, given that we also have government representation here, one of the goals is to bring governments on board to ensure that they are able to embrace this new concept. And of course, when you go back, we can be able to start such initiatives in our country. Of course, the other one is to showcase emerging geopark initiatives in Africa. I think we have some emerging initiatives in African countries. So we'll also be hearing from delegates from these countries what they are doing on matters geopark, if they've started the process, where they are, and what are the next stages. We'll also be looking at promoting the understanding of this model at government and academic level, and I'm happy that even in our midst, we have people from academia, we also have people from government. But then, of course, we'll also try to identify and discuss potential geopark sites in your countries. This will be a good opportunity to reflect and think about your country and how you may want to start the process, how you may want to start mapping these sites, and of course, scaling up the process. So I think with that, of course, the methodology, we are going to have presentations, we're going to have, even in a teleconference, some of the facilitators will be joining us online, and of course, there's one that has been waiting since morning. We hope that he'll be able to be patient and join us. And so these are some of the things that we'll be looking at, just giving you a snapshot of the program. We'll be looking at what the geoparks are, what are some of the challenges and opportunities, what we mean by geoconservation, what's the role of the national commissions for UNESCO in our respective countries in trying to coordinate and support this process, how do we engage communities, how do we inventorize, valorize, and of course map the existing geoheritage in our countries. But we'll also be looking at some of the lessons learned from our peers who have been in this business. And a very good case is Mogul in Morocco, and of course Ngorongoro Lengai in Tanzania. What some of the lessons that we can learn from them, so that we don't end up perhaps repeating mistakes, but of course learning from what has worked and applying the same in our countries. Then we'll also be looking at some of the initiatives in Kenya, South Africa, Namibia, Madagascar, Senegal, and Tunisia. And then lastly, I'm sure the question that some of you will be asking, how do we move from here? And then we'll be taken through how to establish a geopark in your country. And of course, part of this will be very interactive, perhaps later tomorrow, so that you're able to know if you want to launch your application, what process do you take? We'll also have plenary discussions, question and answer session. We'll also have interactive sessions. We'll have an excursion, but then we plan to have fun. And I believe on Thursday is a day of fun with excursion and some dancing in the evening. I'm sure Chef Koech will tell you that she's a good dancer. Prepare to dance. Let's have fun. Let's network. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, George. I think it's important that indeed that we set the stage and that the expectations are clear, that the people know what to expect. And I think your testimony as well of how important it is that the government supports such initiative. We always say that the Geopark is grassroots driven, and I think we really see here the community engagement, but it's very important as well that there's the support at the governmental level, regional level, national level, and I think this was demonstrated here this morning as well. Thank you very much for that. Özlem, if you're ready, the floor is yours for the presentation. There we go. You want to speak in this, or you want to stand there?
This.
All right. Using the. Oh yeah. You want it? Yeah.
I will need the blue one. Yep.
Using this.
Yep. So, good afternoon, everybody. I think we passed lunch time now. I think we need to discuss what you want to do. So, obviously, we are running late, and the agenda is shifted now. And I know we've been sitting there for quite a long time, and I think it's too much. So I had slides, and I wanted to present you what we do, what is our program at UNESCO, how the thing started, but I think we are all tired now. So it will be, I propose to be flexible, so I will give a couple of slides, and then we will talk. That will move us. And also, can I know what time will be the lunch break, so we can know for other speakers how we organize ourselves? Because the real workshop starts now. So for if the lunch will be, I mean, we can decide, I think, what time we want lunch, what time we don't want. So it will allow us for other presenters to organize. So, right. First of all, we've been listening lots about geoparks this morning. I think it's hello everybody. So we are the team back in Paris. Very, 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 very small team. That's why we need wonderful colleagues like Alex. And Kumbada will come later. We have another wonderful colleague in Namibia. So back Paris, we do the things which I will explain to you, but the real job is done on the field by our colleagues. So this is our small team, and our details are in our website. Feel free to contact us anything. We do everything and anything. You'll see. And I had an agenda to introduce the program, which I will not. So you can find many information on our website, and we have a MS Teams folder where we will put all slides. So have a look at slides. Okay, my old days of teacher. Who had a look on the links we sent and who read the documents we sent? So I used to be a lecturer and I'm a mother, so please excuse my style, it can be too direct. So we shared, and if you didn't receive, we have a folder. There will be some documents, and we will add all slides from these 2 days in that folder as well. And if you have questions, you can contact Marlene, Christine, Enrique, and myself, Idris. So everything will be available, so don't worry about writing, taking pictures. And this is just the beginning, so read and contact us, we're always available. And what I really want to today focus very briefly is the difference between UNESCO designations. I think this is important for you to understand who does what, and fundamentals we talked about, I will put them, and then I will ask you what you think about the fundamentals of the geoparks. So to see what you know now and what you will know tomorrow after Kristen's session. And I will briefly introduce how we become. So this is UNESCO. This is very big. I think it's good also, if you're not familiar, we have national commissions colleagues, and we have other colleagues who have national parks and initiatives in their countries. So it is a big institution from education, culture, science, and communication. And back home, we lead lots of programs. But what is in the bottom is we have wonderful field offices, and Africa has lots of field offices. So please locate where you are and find your focal contacts. They will do what we are trying to do here in their regions. And so, before we come to, I think, UNESCO Global Geoparks, and we talk about, so it's UNESCO's mandate, education, science, and culture. What we are here is, or we talked all this morning, is management of natural resources, conservation, restoration of ecosystems and biodiversity. So this, we've been talking for a long time. And in recent years, we finally moved forward in the conservation part, along with climate change and disaster risk management, along with biodiversity systems. We brought, thanks to Global Geoparks Network and many activities, geodiversity. So what we say here is geodiversity is the silent partner of biodiversity. So everybody is aware of biodiversity protection, restoration, but geodiversity is a concept which was not that familiar because it's not living organisms. So we are always more attracted to living organisms, plants and animals. We know we need to protect them, but the geodiversity, we are behind. And this comes with geoheritage. So recent years, thanks to the UNESCO Global Geoparks Network and activities, we brought this attention. So today and tomorrow, most of the speakers will come to nature protection and conservation from geodiversity angle. And of course, ecosystems. So two things for us really important at UNESCO. Last 2 points, priority Africa. So Africa is UNESCO's #1 priority. So that's why you're here and we are here. And priority of gender. So we are very keen on gender equality, and in our networks and activities, we do our best to make that it is 50-50. So, as I said, we are really keen to bring UNESCO's geodiversity priority as UNESCO member states agenda from geodiversity. So we are here, we will talk conserving geodiversity, understanding geodiversity, and connecting with geoheritage. Several actions, Enrique will explain, Kristen will touch. And relationship between humans and nature. So when you're on nature, you are looking ecosystems, but also you are looking other aspects of geoheritage. And youth. Youth is really important for us. And what we hope in our all designated sites, young ambassadors will lead that. So outdoors are open to everybody, but if we train young children, teenagers and students, we want them to take that flag. So in all our projects and activities from geodiversity, we want to teach them also the importance of geological heritage and geodiversity, and that's why UNESCO designated sites, not only geoparks, all UNESCO designated sites are very keen to empower youth in their management system. So these are our designated sites. So today is about geoparks, but we don't do only geoparks. So we had UNESCO Biosphere Reserves and World Heritage for 50 years. They are one celebrated last year, another is celebrating this year their 50th anniversary. I celebrated this year as well as Christoph. So it's 50th year. And it's UNESCO Biosphere Reserves are a place where people share way of living nature with the build of nature conservation. So we will come more detailed. They existed and they were around for a very long time along with World Heritage, except again, we are protecting and conserving, but we are really finally talking about geological heritage. These two sites, they had geological heritage. Mainly most of World Heritage sites we have, like Ngorongoro, this is a World Heritage site, but we were not focusing on the promotion, education of geological heritage. It was a protection of the crater, but around it, involvement of committees were not there. And that's why our colleagues from Ngorongoro, UNESCO Global Geoparks, they can tell you how 3 designations in their site do what. So I think it will be really important to listen my sister. We know each other for 6 years now. So they have 3 designations. So they can tell you how Biosphere Reserve affect their activities, what they do with World Heritage, and what is new with geoparks. So this is really important as well. We have several sites around the world. They have 3 designations. And when they come the 3rd designation, which is UNESCO Global Geoparks, because there's something more and different to them. So I don't know if everybody is aware of biosphere reserves. I don't need to go in detail. It's really nature conservation and human social interaction around biodiversity conservation. So they have big numbers. So as you can see, there's a high number of biosphere reserves, and what we call is really they have different zones, different areas. Just a couple of examples, then we will come back. What we do is that mangrove restoration, Great Apes projects, it's a very popular project, and restoration to dune to combat deforestation. So these are really, you're involved, and these activities and these projects can also be easily applicable to UNESCO Global Geoparks. But their point is, as you can see, we do not talk about anything geological here, even though what they have behind is constructed by the geological earth systems. And then, this is our program. So, before UNESCO Global Geoparks, we had International Geoscience Program, which was really dealing with the geoscience research and capacity building. And since 2015, this program changed its name and became also Geoparks program. We are really coming from biodiversity, as I said, as the silent partner of the geodiversity. So our program is mostly geoscience capacity building. This morning we talked about heavily. And just to know how many geologists we have here. Okay. Geoscientists, okay. Not that. And then, yeah, so it's something really I'm always proud of, and I always say is UNESCO is the within UN family, and my colleague Alex works in Nairobi office in the UN compound. UN is huge, and it's huge, complicated procedures, and we are only UN agency having a mandate for geoscience capacity building and research. So this allowed us to work with geologists for 50 years and allowed us to create UNESCO Global Geoparks brand. So if we didn't have that mandate, this program would not exist. And our still main priority is geoscience, geology, research and capacity building. And we have several teams from earth resource, global change, geohazards, hydrogeology. So we have extensive hydrogeology projects around the world, and of course geodynamics to understand earth systems. So this is what we do. These are my number of projects all around the globe, and they are big international projects. We have currently 57 projects, and yearly we work around 5,000 geologists around the world. So if you are not familiar, if you want to take examples, and if you want to be part of these projects, our website explains the details, and you can join them and you can be part of them. And again, coming back to Priority Africa, as you can see, we have 29 projects around Africa, and we have 22 project leaders, 52 project leaders from Africa. So if you want to know our projects in your countries, I can connect you easily with the hydrogeology projects or mineral resources. We have heavily mining projects, artisanal mining, mining restoration. So really the activities you will have in your geoparks, we run them as projects. And these are examples of some of our projects. The first one is a very long-running project initiated with Swedish government. We call SIDA funds, artisanal mining and mining pollution around Africa in several countries, and how we rehabilitate these areas. Another one is a similar project, but it's in Amazon area, and we look at the impacts of artisanal and small-scale gold mining in the Amazon region. And the last one is a project from Djibouti. We are really looking at the water resources in this area. This has been ongoing for a while. So these are geoscientific projects which we run in geoparks or other areas. And we have a big network of experts which we can connect to you. So again, most of these projects are running within UNESCO Global Geoparks. So you don't have yet geoparks, but these projects, examples of these projects, you can see mapping, identification of geological heritage and geosites, which is a big project, probably Enrique will mention as well. And we have climbing projects, we have gaming projects, and we have heritage stone. This is, I don't know how much you are familiar. This one is identifying heritage stones used around the world which impacted our history. So as you can see on the top, Taj Mahal, and this is where the marble come. So this project identified, like Salamanca and other areas, the stones we used for the development of important cultural heritage sites and how they affected our cultural development. So this is a really interesting project. And we have geoheritage for geohazard resilience. So we go indigenous knowledge of geohazard resilience and how indigenous communities, local communities were dealing with that and how we can transfer this. And this is happening globally. I think they are working with 50 countries around the world. So again, please come to our websites and you can inspire and get projects. So we talked all about burning, geological heritage, awareness raising, and sustainable development. I'm not going to go. And it was really nice to see all the government representatives going through that. Again, we talked about this. So one point, we always come, it was early days. Many people, and even last week we had discussions in the council, is geoparks are only geology. And we say normally no. But I think we will now start to say yes. So we are going through different processes. So they are not only about. So how we connect them, I think today and tomorrow we really would like you to understand and ask us how we put geoheritage, geodiversity in front in geoparks, along with other aspects. Because in some regions we realize that it is starting to become other aspects coming before geoheritage. So as it says in the name, it is a geopark, and geo is geology. So I'm sorry if there's a geographer here. It's not geography, it's not geomorphology. Geo is geology. And we have geomorphologists and geographers managing geoparks. That's not a problem, but we really need geologists and geologists leading these projects. We will come how it goes. So then again, we say it's not only a geology, but it starts with geological heritage. So we need to understand, connect how our geological heritage affected, influenced today's life here. So yesterday I was talking to Suzanne here, how the Rift Valley we are talking here connects the populations around living, and what is their story, and what is the development of humanity here is related, connected with the geology. So I think I can talk on that for hours here. I'm a volcanologist, and I'm a big fan of rift geology. But it should be the story of here. Of course, we have anthropology, of course, archaeology here, but how this is related to rift, which we want you to tell us. It's not geology is here, archaeology is here. When you go to a museum, when you see human skeletons, why we find them in this area, or we don't find them in Paris? You need to tell us the story. So the story of the planet, story of the earth should come in your geoparks with the connection of the geology of your geopark. Another point, so we talked, I showed biosphere reserves. Biosphere reserves have 3 zones. So there's a protected zone, no one can leave, no one can do anything. Geoparks are not like that. There is no closed protected border zone. So So geoparks are the places people live, and they live thanks to their heritage there. So they should be full of people. And again, we get huge territories, and you run kilometers and kilometers, there is no one around. So I'm sorry, this is not a geopark. So you will hear this many times, but I come from a school that repetition is not bad. My children says, Mom, you said this, it doesn't matter, I repeat until you get it. So I will say, I think my colleague Kristen will say. So then we will, this is normally I explain, but I would like now you tell me how you see this. So what is UNESCO Global Geopark? We will just do the introduction together to see where you are, and then if we see missing points, tomorrow in other sessions we can complete. So, most recent UNESCO site designation focusing on geological heritage. I think this too comes really often as problems. So we say geological heritage, and we say single unified areas. So last week, Christoph and myself, we had UNESCO Global Geoparks Council meeting, where we assessed applications. So the famous card numbers we heard this morning, we went through last week, and these are the 2 points we have big problems. So if a geopark doesn't go through, usually it doesn't go because of these two. So many applications fail to show this. So what do you think they're failing to show? Any idea? Or what is your problem, if you have any, with single unified area, territory, and geological heritage? Do you have any questions about these two words we will always use for geoparks? You need coffee? Shall I bring more coffee? No? It's geological heritage. I mean, what do you think geological... So in geological global geoparks have international significant value of geology. So within the geopark, you should show international significance of your territory. You should have geosites of international value. So do we understand what is the international value, international significance of geology? Can anyone give me an example of international significance? Come on. What is international significance of value geology? Which site do you think there's international significance? Globally also. But Tanzania, I think they will have to talk. Yes, this is the thing, when I know the... So what is, yeah. South Africa first? No. Namibia. Okay, let's start with Tanzania, then we'll come to...
Thank you. I think for us from Tanzania, we refer Ngorongoro crater as a unique and an international value. Also, we have the Olduvai, where the first human evaluation was found, and we have also the Laitoli footprints. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Enrique, shall I respond or you want to respond? Because we have lots of things there.
No, it's very representative and unique. Those are the two main words. Something that is unique, and you mentioned, unique worldwide, that is of international relevance. Other countries are going to look at you because they don't have it, you have it. So that's the international relevance. Or maybe there's only 2 or 3 in the world. For example, we were talking the Rift Valley, we are here. All geologists that study rifting, continental rifting, the international model for rifting is here. So that's another thing, a model. Maybe there's many parts in other continents that are rifting, but this is the model. We are here in the typical example that is always explained. So that's another way, unique. In this case, it would be representative. So what what we are seeing here is the most representative site for the rifting, continental rifting.
So I think there are two words my dear colleague said. There is outstanding universal value. This is World Heritage designation. That is unique, like me. I'm unique. There is no more Islam in the world. It's unique. So Ngorongoro crater is unique. There is no equivalent in the world. Whereas rift, as Enrique said, we have lots of rift zones around. So this rift is not unique, but rift has an international value, international significance of reference. So between all rifts. So this is, I think, one thing we came. So let's stay in the geological heritage. What you want?
I wanted to make an addition.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you very much. When you look at the landscape of the Ngorongoro Lengai Geopark, you will see that it gives information on how some of the mountains in the areas were formed and their salt wrecks. And because they are volcanic, it means it allows even students of geology to visit the site and to learn systematically different types of mountains, rocks, and the salt wrecks, and the source of the salt in the wrecks, where it came from. Now, the feature like this one, it is unique, exceptional, and you don't find it in every places. Because of its uniqueness, then it becomes as an outstanding universal value.
And it is a World Heritage Site. So this is where we come. I think later today and tomorrow we will connect this site being geopark. Because not all geoparks have what they have. This is it. So if you focus on what they have, you will never have a geopark. So here we're in a midway example, because rift zone is really borderline special areas, but we don't have to. She has a geopark which doesn't have this example. So I think let them participate.
Yes, I'm a citizen of Baringo, and what I've heard from Ngorongoro, more or less, Baringo also has got the same, because if you look at the geysers we have, the hot springs we have in Lake Bogoria, there is the national parks with the animals around there, Lake Baringo, the people around there also, that is the human connection with the animal life. And then when you go to Sumot, which has got a very, very deep gorge, that one gives a significance to the international. Yes.
You just told me the story, which I want. Geopark. Now we are in the really to understand the geological heritage. So,
yes.
So, pardon, sorry.
So thank you very much. And now I put another hat on. I'm a manager of my geopark in Norway. And also I'm experienced. I've been working in geoparks for many years. So I'm not so happy about the word unique connected to this. Because if we talk about uniqueness, how many karstic geoparks do we have? We have a lot of karstic geoparks. That is not the outstanding value connected to World Heritage. Don't leave it. Keep it in mind, because as the word was mentioned, representative is a very good word. Sometimes I think also all my friends and colleagues from Baringo know that I use unique in one context. What is making a territory unique is the landscape, the geology, the biology, and people. That is the only thing for me that is really unique in a territory. Of course, and I'm happy about, I'm missing a little bit from Tanzania, because you also have the El Niño Lengai volcano, which is really unique. It's the only active volcano. In my geopark, I have the type locality, so I'm looking forward to talk more about this. But this is really important to bear in mind. Unique is scary.
Yeah. So, and then we'll have, it's me.
Thank you very much. I'm Kagosi Mwamlowe from Zambia. I'm a conservation geologist, and I had an opportunity of studying geology at the Giant's Causeway World Heritage Site. The Giant's Causeway World Heritage Site has got columnar geological formations, some of which I think were shown on one of the slides. This is where the theory of the crystallization of rocks, or that is minerals, was promulgated from or formulated from. Meaning that is a type locality or the discovery of, that theory of the crystallization was formulated from. So from my point of view, I would look at that as a geosite and a geopark, which has got a number of formulations which are speaking or giving us or educating the young ones or the researchers, the theory of the formation of crystals. Thank you.
And it has been selected as one of the funded. I think I'm sorry, I need to back because we are giving that example. Ngorongoro, the Giant's Causeway, these are global stars. So we are talking about the world famous ones. And here we are in the geopark area. So what I wanted to know is international significance. Who can tell me what does it mean international significance? Is there anyone can define, explain this? I will not explain because it's his lecture. It's Enrique's lecture, so he will explain you what is it, and we will have examples hopefully in the field. But what do you think is the international significance of geology?
Thank you very much.
No voltage.
I'm sorry, I apologize for being a bit jealous. So I come from Rwanda. So Rwanda is called already 1,000 years country, located alongside the Western Rift Valley with a series of volcanoes, 9 in general, with mountain gorillas, with a lot of things. I think that is really eligible. Thank you so much.
So you think this area is international significance? We'll come back. No, I just want to know examples. Then tomorrow after lectures, you will tell us what you think about international significance.
I will speak French. Pour nous, la valeur internationale qui peut donner un géoparc, par exemple dans notre futur géoparc, c'est une succession de roches métamorphiques qui normalement se font à 200 km dans le manteau et on trouve la coupe horizontalement, on peut la faire et ça on ne peut pas la trouver toute cette coupe dans d'autres régions sauf dans cette région du Maroc.
So the example from Morocco is the metamorphisms. All around 200 kilometers we follow the continuity. And there is no other example they have as a sample, and they can show how the metamorphosis move towards different ends.
Thank you. I'm Dominique from Rwanda National Commission for UNESCO. I'm in charge of science and technology. I want to compliment my colleague, geologist Idebrand. On top of what he said, I want to highlight also that the area where we have volcanoes, it's a home of the most few remaining endangered species. Those are mountain gorillas. We have shared these with the Ugandans and the Congo. And also along the Rift Valley, western side they talked about, we have Lake Kivu, where we are extracting gas methane gas. And that's a resource that is attracting the attention of international organization, business, and so forth. Thank you.
It's a very, this is, again, you came to example of, you have volcano, very famous volcano, which exploded, eruption was last year. We are talking about Goma and the observatory. And but you gave us again the example of a geopark. How you have your volcano, your lake, gas emissions and productions, animals. how biodiversity is affected. Actually, Rwanda University is carrying a project on that under UNESCO auspices. If you're interested, I can connect you. So, but again, you told us the history of geoparks. So I think we are there. There are some understanding and knowledge on the geological heritage. So I would like to move, and then next one. Single unified area. So we all know statues of UNESCO Global Geoparks. You all know everything. So I don't need to explain you now. Area.
We're expecting you to summarize after.
No, it's tomorrow evening. No. We are just introducing. So after this morning's talks, I just want you to wake up, be involved, and collaborate and involved. And I will not give you any definition because I am not a specialist on geopark. So I am not a specialist in geoheritage. I work for UNESCO Secretariat. I'm a geologist, but I will not tell you what it is because I'm involved in the other aspects and I cannot tell you this is true or this is wrong. If I tell you, you will go home and say, UNESCO told me that I have a geopark. And I will never do that. I learned my lessons. So you will never have any comments from Christoph and myself because we are really in a transparent, an area we can't get in the conflict of interests. That's why we have experts here. So single unified area. What it is? Single unified area. If UNESCO Global Geoparks are single unified areas. These are territories. So the map, the territory of a geopark, what it covers. How we define a territory. Do you have any ideas? So if a geopark doesn't go through, this is one of the reasons it won't go through. And I'm not telling that. If you read UNESCO Global Geoparks reports, so this is a really important information, go to our website, read reports from last year, year before. We have all reports available for 7 years. You can see which geoparks became a geopark how and what were the critics, where they had errors. So it's all there. So territory definition is one of the biggest area. Sadly, geoparks fail. No comments? Okay, Christine will explain tomorrow. Oh, please, Baringo. How did you decide? How did you define your geopark territory?
Okay, I'm not going to explain what a territory is, but I just want to try to define what a single unified area is. Maybe considering the geosites, they should be close together. They should not be far apart, but they should be representative and unique in their own nature.
Do you have any idea of the size? How big? Did you ever think about if you have a geopark? 100 kilometers square, 1,000 kilometers square, 200,000 kilometers square, million kilometers? I don't know if these numbers make any sense to you. No? Sorry? No. I told you I will never tell UNESCO standards. I will never. I work for UNESCO. Okay, this is an area for my expert who will explain you tomorrow to focus on, to give you the tricks when you define your areas, because you really need to be careful with your areas. Council members are very, very difficult, not us. The rest we talked about, intangible heritage and cultural heritage, you should have in your geopark, and you already gave excellent examples, I don't need to talk. Education, you need to do your geopark, you have examples I don't need to talk about. Disaster risk reduction, effects of the natural disasters, protection of environment. That's another point. So the lady on top, do you see her? This is unique for UNESCO Global Geoparks. This is her. So when you apply for a geopark, hopefully one day, we are unique between World Heritage Sites and Biosphere Reserves. We will send you 2 experts. This is what we do. This is really what we do. So we will send you 2 evaluators. And no other designation do that. And we do this, we like this doing so much, we do this every 4 years. So it shows you how hardworking we are, or Christoph he is. Last year he did 100 mission preparations, so this guy is a hero. So it's difficult. So without joking, 2 people will come and inspect your territory. And this is serious business. So it is really serious business. When you send your application, it just doesn't finish there. We saw even applications from countries having lots of geoparks. They fail. So if they submitted an application, if they have already geoparks in their countries, you will think that they know the business, right? No, they fail. They still fail. So this inspection is really serious because these 2 people want to make sure that you are, in French we say crème de la crème, you are the best of it. This is really prestigious designation. There's a quality designation that should be there, and they are difficult. So they're kind because they come and help you during this process, like Arthur did and like Kirsten did. But when they become an evaluator, they are real teachers assessing you. And we are unique on that, and we can help you what they will look, but you need to be really prepared this evaluation mission. This is a hard one. Even if you submitted your application, hopefully this year, next year, and in the meantime liaise with us, if you see and we make you understand that you are not ready for evaluation, we can talk about options. Because we really don't want you to pay for these experts to come to your territory and then you fail it. We really don't want that because, as I said, you are our children. So any mom and dad want their children to fail. So our job is to make sure that you learned. If we see that you are borderline, we won't pass the exam. We will delay the exam. But please be in touch with us and don't think that application does it. So there are other processes. And again, first 4 years are hardest period. Before we come back again, please contact us and we will help you for your first revalidation. So this lady is very important as well, and many geoparks fail for that. That's the management body. So a geopark should have an independent management body. They need to establish, they should be supported by the government. What we saw this morning is unique for us. We are over the moon. So for us, it is really, really great. But these wonderful people will not manage the geopark. So, we need them. We really need them. Chris knows this very well. And we need them, but they're big bosses. So they're watching us to do a good job. They back us, but they will not do the job. So you need to have a really good management body. And this is really difficult. You need to have real people who wants to do the job. It's not a title. It's not a mate. It's not a money. So you need to have parties from all community, from education to culture or the geoheritage conservation. Many geoparks fail because of geoheritage conservation. We go and we see the things we could never imagine a geoparks doing from geoheritage conservation point of view. So these are the criteria. It's very important. So make sure your management plan, management strategy is the first thing evaluators will look. And if you need help, again, come back to us. We will give you examples of good management plans. We can also give you very bad examples of management plans. So we have everything. We have too many. So this is really important. And of course, you need to create jobs. We don't need to talk about, we discussed all this morning. And then to summarize, we are there. So the top point is important. I think that's where we really come from. The area you would like to increase the visibility. So Ngorongoro had the biggest visibility in the world. They had the visibility. They didn't need visibility. Giant's Causeway, I never understood. And because whole world know them, but not all sites. We would like to bring attention to the other sites. They have international geological significance, and they would like to bring people to their area to increase geotourism, increase the visibility to bring. But this come exactly, most of governors this morning said, the pride. Your local people, these people, you need to be from the area. So most geoparks fail because their geologists or geopark managers don't live in the geopark. And we have people on the council shouting and screaming, how can't you live in the geopark and manage the geopark? So you need to have local people really managing, dealing with that. And they should be, I mean, in many geoparks, we talked with Chris yesterday, I wasn't in your geopark, but I love Lesbos. We went several times with Kristen. You have kids coming, running, and explaining you sites. So there's a big professor who is the GGN president. They will stop him and they will explain you the dike, because in the center of the city, they have a really nice volcanic dike. On top of that, we have a castle. So they will explain you the dike and the castle. And 10 years old boy, because they've been there so many times and they saw so many people listening. So this is the pride. Your kids, your shopkeepers, your people on the street should know what they have. So when we say geoeducation, you educate your local people on geoeducation. When I pass through, they can explain me. So everybody is the guide, actually. You are making lots of geo guides. So your job is to train. You are the geologist. Others that when they see, I mean, yesterday we had examples, all guides should know the basics of the geology. We are not talking about earth systems and plate tectonics. What is this rock? What color is that? Why it's used in the construction or why it's not used? Really basic aspects of geological heritage, stones we see around, how might they affect their life? So to summarize, I think we will come through these 4 concepts. If you miss any of them, you're not a geopark. So check again how you identify the international significance of your geological heritage. How is your management body? How is your visibility? I mean, last week I saw a geopark fail because of visibility. And I'm a geologist. When I go in that site, I see everything. I didn't need visibility. Geology was there for me. But it was not explained to you in a way it had to be. So the visibility for all audiences is very important. It's not only for geologists, it's not only for children. So for all communities, visibility means your panels, your logo, your explanation, and I need to see the geopark everywhere. Here, if this is an aspiring geopark, when I go out of this building, I need to see geopark everywhere. So this is one thing. So when you're in a geopark, you feel that you're in a geopark. You have panels, your explanations, you have a stone, there's a small explanation. So you communicate your geological heritage, your geology, your geopark everywhere. Any museum, any school, any shop could be partner of the geopark. But the geoparks should be clear, visible to everybody. You can't miss it. As I said, too much is not bad, because it's never enough. And networking. So you need to, she will explain GGN, you need to be really actively involved in GGN, because we don't like surprises. We receive geoparks application 5 o'clock in the deadline, which we never heard. It happened. So we were all looking at each other, where did this come from? Because it shouldn't be. We should know from birth to 18 years old, when you become mature and you leave home. And you can't give an application without coming out of the blue. So go to networking activities, go to trainings, go to the workshops, so we are there. And yeah, this is we talked about. So these are some examples within the geoparks. What your cooperatives, so you have women cooperatives, you have agricultural cooperatives, you have lots of children's education activities. And one of very popular projects started from Norwegian Geopark, and now 34 geoparks are member of it. It's a geofood. So all geoparks having special food related to geopark area create the network. So there's a label of geofood. I mean, I see honey is the geofood of here. I think there's no doubt on that. And so we've been eating since we arrived. So again, these are initiatives. This is not geology, but I'm sure you can explain development of what we have here is that within the geoparks we have different initiatives and different projects we communicate. So this is for tomorrow, I think. Yeah, I will stop here. It will be too much, I think. I was going to start, but I don't know if Fabio want to see. We should give this for tomorrow? Yeah. So this is the procedures and where we see the issues around the procedures and timelines. But we can combine with this tomorrow's session with the national commissions, because we really would like national commissions and national committees leading, like George is doing here in many countries, and we will walk through the process of application and how national commissions and committees can be leading that. So I'll stop here. I think that gives you an idea of what we wait. So I've been told that lunch will be around 2 o'clock, so to give you an idea, I don't know what time is now. It's 2 o'clock lunch, 2:15 is the lunch. It's 2:15 lunch. I don't know, Kristen, you want to do GGN and then we go for lunch? I think we need to be flexible where we are.
Yes.
Shall we do the GGN, have a lunch, and then we start with Enrique, and I will see in the meantime. So I'm not going to get questions. I think later we have a session, you can ask all your questions, but it's just to set up the scene.
You open it for me?
Yeah, I'll put your slides.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so while I'm waiting for my pictures, of course, I have a lot of slides. I will also skip some, because for me also it's more important that you get the messages if you have questions. And please, if we don't have time for them today, please save them for tomorrow, because workshop is not only a word. We are going to work together. So, but it is a long history about Global Geoparks Network, and I understand that it might be confusing when we talk about UNESCO Global Geopark and Global Geoparks Network as something different, but it's not. But it started from a voluntary network, and we have now become an international association, which we needed to have this legal status in order to be partner in a program with UNESCO. So that was a transformation, but we are still an inclusive and evolving global network of cooperation and sharing of experiences and best practices in protection and sustainable management of significant Earth heritage sites, geoconservation, educational activities, geotourism, and local development. So, as you can see immediately, we are not talking just about geology. So this concept was actually introduced in the late 90s in Europe and China. So it was not starting in Europe, it was a parallel, or it was in one way starting in Europe, but it was a parallel development in China. But from before that, in the early in 1991, a lot of researchers, a lot of geologists, a lot of people dedicated to Mother Earth was together in Digne in France. That is the home of one of the founding geoparks, Haute-Provence. And already, a lot of the words that we still, the key words that we use for geoparks was defined in the first international symposium on the conservation of geological heritage, and this important declaration of the rights of the memory of the earth. So it was about talking about our home, how our home is giving us a place to stay and live and nurture. So this long evolution is really something we have to communicate. As also Özlem said, people are more aware about biology, and biodiversity is easier maybe to grab, and geology, a lot of people say, oh, either difficult or even boring, but we have really a legacy to tell. So this is really the start of the geopark movement, not the start by itself, but by just making this declaration that is the bottom, that was the foundation of the geopark movement. So the European Geoparks Network was formed by 4 geoparks in 2000, 4 territories. That was done in Lesbos, since Özlem mentioned already the Lesbos Geopark, by the 4 members. And already in 2001, EGN and UNESCO had this agreement of a collaboration. So for many, many years, we were very well trained in using the expression under the auspices of UNESCO, a long line connected with our logo. Luckily, the 2 pillars or the 2 development, China and Europe, had this agreement in 2004, founded in Paris, The international partnerships that were developed, then we could say, under the umbrella of UNESCO. And already in the first international conference on geoparks in Beijing, 25 geoparks were present, including 8 Chinese ones. Now I think China is coming with 2 new applications every year, so they are growing, very fast growing, but also elsewhere it's now growing quite fast. So just some pictures from 2 different geoparks, because we are working really on the sustainable local development, mainly through geotourism. So UNESCO Global Geopark in Spain is also having a very important national park, the first national park in Spain in their area, and you can imagine to go trekking in the Pyrenees is really a tourism asset which they use very actively in the geopark. In Cecia Valgrande, they have an ancient super volcano. The good thing is that it has turned, so now you can walk it, not climbing it. You can walk it, and this is also used as a tourism asset. It's very complicated geology. So I always say to communicate geology, it's all about the wrapping, because you do not always have to tell the full story, making people curious and make it more easily understandable. Because that one is not selling itself, that volcano. I'm going to skip that one. Oh no, maybe just a few words. This is from an old definition of geopark, but I still like it, because Özlem mentioned the 4 pillars, but also we can look upon it as 3 pillars. Conservation. No geoparks can work or become a UNESCO Global Geopark if you do not conserve your heritage. So conservation. But it's no use either if we just sit in our offices and conserve, or we do things just for ourselves. We have to educate, because what do we want? We want to preserve. We want the legacy to be given forward to future generations. We need to educate. And of course, for the local communities, geotourism is a possibility of having some additional income, or really being active in the geopark to work on the sustainable development in the territory. We use also so much this holistic approach to nature. These are actually pictures from my own geopark, and when I talk to people, I ask, what do we really call our historical periods? We call them Stone Age, Bronze Age, Iron Age. What are we in now? Are we Silica Age, or Petroleum Age, or the Golden Age? It's all connected to resources from Mother Earth, really from geology. And I think Stone Age is obvious, but here to your left, it's the Bronze Age people that has given their message to us, for us still to understand what they tried to tell us. But obviously, they used the rocks to give us a message that we still try to understand, and we respect it very much. This is the other picture is nice geologist eating carrots, growing in a very rich agricultural area in our area. So this is important. As I mentioned already, 177 UNESCO Global Geoparks, and when you look at this map also, it's a very, very good reason why we have this workshop, because we want so much more geoparks in Africa. We need you, and also all of us in this room know that there are so many resources, so this is actually something that we like to enlarge. But you can also see the other networks. We have the European Geoparks Network, Asian Pacific Geoparks Network, GeoLog, which is the Latin America and the Caribbean. Canada, as you can see, there are no red dots in the United States. So in order to make it more flexible or more practical, the Canadians have now 5 geoparks. Yeah. So they have created a national network, which we also include in this overview. And then we have the African network with 2, and we are looking forward to growth here. I'm going to come back to what we do together in GGN, but the conferences is really a good opportunity to meet the geoparks. Yeah, please.
Sorry. Sorry for interrupting you. I want just to ask why has Africa and America lagged behind in identifying the geoparks? Why? Why has Europe identified many geoparks and China, unlike other continents?
Do you want to answer? And this will really be on the agenda tomorrow, because it's not an easy answer. Of course, Europe and China is maybe because it was started there. We had some more years to know about it. And we are aware also that there are several challenges. We have some operational statutes and operational guidelines, which sometimes also create some obstacles that we need to find solutions to. There are no shortcuts to become geoparks. So also, I think it's important that we really discuss this tomorrow and talk about solutions. Because what happened in Latin America was that it was several really some very good initiatives. Started with one geopark for many years, and then it was training courses like this, for example, that we really meet, really discuss, and try to avoid also that people or territories you spend a lot of time of doing the wrong things. We have to communicate. So hopefully this is a starting point on that process. Yeah, so we had this biannual, every second year we have these conferences, and that is a good idea to really participate in conferences. And luckily, next September, we will meet all together, I hope, in Morocco. Maybe, yeah, I guess you will talk a little bit more about that, I hope. But at least that will be our, it was supposed to be before, but you know the reason why everything is postponed. So, I just mentioned briefly that we needed to have this legal personality. That was why we had to be from the Global Geoparks Network, we created the Global Geoparks Network Association. So there was a long list of things we had to do, but you will have my presentation, you can read it yourself when it's in your folder. But that is why we have two different also websites. Of course, we know that social media, digital tools are becoming more and more important. It never takes away the visiting the sites, visiting the people is the main thing. But as a good tool is, of course, all the digital tools. So we have on this website, for the GGN website, all the formal information are to be found there. As you can see, we can see our publications, the list of the members, also all the rules of operation, all the rules that we are following are in there. So it's a good starting point to learn more about the association. But we also have a more GGN website. You will find some of the same information there, of course, but also good presentations of our members. And I couldn't resist to have this picture here from Ngorongoro Lengai, Global Geoparks in Tanzania. So these are good entrances when you're wondering about geoparks and looking for more information. So please just use them. We have a structure that I'm not going to go through in detail either, but it's very important for GGN that we have good representation of everybody. So the good representation from all the regional networks. We are working also with national geopark committees. I would like to continue on that one. That is, of course, the regional geoparks network, that is the association on top, and then we have the regional networks that were already mentioned. So these are actually, the networks are carrying out the GGN activities in the region. So all these things also we can discuss further tomorrow. but also they are built up in this democratic way. All the members are represented in our coordination committee that are really the decision-making body in regional networks. The National Geopark Committees seems to be a very good idea, also because some geoparks are in smaller areas, few geoparks in the single country. We are also trying in the Nordic countries to cooperate between across these borders, because we had countries with 1 or 2 geoparks. It's difficult to have a very active National Geopark Committee based upon one. So we also find in the operational guidelines for UNESCO Global Geoparks that they also suggest and advise to have this kind of body, to work actually in good connection with UNESCO to carry out the aims of geoparks. So the tasks that can be given is that national contributions to UNESCO Global Geoparks can be coordinated by these national commissions, the committees. Promoting development of new initiatives. It can be a very, very good assisting tool to aspiring areas. If you already have somebody, some people, some environment that are specialists in geoparks because they actually work in geoparks, you should, of course, address them. So maybe also for Africa, it's very wise to contact other areas, for example, in Europe or in Latin America, to share and to learn and to discuss and be inspired.
Tomorrow I will show examples. Yeah, okay. So I will complete that. I collected some examples from some countries about how national committees work, and also Ireland will talk about that. So we will go in deep in this topic.
And also the last point, to help, to assist each other to identify geological heritages and promote geopark activities is important points that national geopark committees can work with. But there are no boundaries really, so please, you can be inspired by visiting or contacting other countries also. We have a lot of common activities, and this is important because these are open to everybody. We have the International Geoparks conferences that I mentioned. The picture is from the one we had in Stonehammer. You can see the indigenous community, the First Nations, giving presentations during the opening ceremony. We also hold regional workshops like this one. We have some common participation in tourist fairs. We have the websites that I mentioned. We also have common publications, and we have social media to follow. So, intensive course, it was mentioned the Lesvos course, and I'm happy that the first time I met William was in the Lesvos course. William, are you here already? No, not. No. Because I met William in Lesvos, and we decided at that time already that we will have a defined program together with some migrating birds passing through my own geopark. So it's always an additional outcome from these kind of meetings. So we have different tools there. The 3 last years, this course have been digital. It has been very good also, but of course to be together. Özlem, you try to have people to talk. Some are very shy. And so many times I've been to Lesvos, and the questions, they come during lunch or the evenings. Yeah. Not necessarily even a couple of drinks, but just not to ask in the full audience. But please remember that if you have a question, probably several others in the audience have the same question. So you help us all by raising your voice, so please do not hesitate. So there are also training courses in Portugal. That has also been digital lately. In China, in Malaysia, I think also this was the last theme from Lesvos. It's different themes for each guide for his course also. This is from a picture from Malaysia that also had this in Asian Pacific Geoparks Network on sustainable geopark management. But they are open. They are not closed workshops. This was from the first course that we had for promoting geoheritage in Latin America, and I think that was really helping the development in Latin American geoparks. We have a newsletter that is published in China. And of course, social media is very important. So please, if you can find a lot of promotional issues that we do in Facebook, in Instagram and others. So all the campaigns we can do through the Facebook, like campaigns for the UN days. We have a lot of UN days that we celebrate, and we celebrate mainly now through, of course, on site, but we are sharing what we are doing on Facebook so that we can inspire others to do similar things. We cannot sit on each corner and everybody can invent everything. Sharing is a keyword. We also have film contests. We have had the first one, we will have a new one. We give also best practice awards. That is based upon what Özlem mentioned when we go doing these missions, when we go there with people to evaluate or to see your update of your geopark. But mainly, what we do in this, yes, we are an association, we have legal status, all these formalities, but really, it never stops networking and cooperating. We are still the global geoparks network, people dedicated to geoparks and people dedicated to have new colleagues. I think that was my last picture for this, and we will come back to a lot of these issues tomorrow. But at least then, if it was confusing about UNESCO Global Geoparks Network, I really hope you have now a view on how we cooperate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kristen. And may I ask an applause as well for Özlem? Thank you very much for setting the stage, and I think they may have raised more questions than actually giving you answers, and I think that's exactly the purpose here. And just let them linger on in your head. Don't hesitate to come and see us, because I think that's exactly the purpose. I think we will try to fine-tune the concept of a geopark, but you will understand as well that from the 177 geoparks that are actually at this moment, not one is the same. They all respect the same criteria, they all follow the same guidelines, but eventually they all found their own path, and it's our wish that the same happens for you. I like very much the question of the gentleman here as well. Why is there no geoparks yet in Africa, and why does it take so long? And the same can be said for Australia, the same can be said for the United States of America, and the biggest country in the world, the Russian Federation, has only one geopark. And I think there are several reasons for each and every one of them, and I think together with GGN we try to see how we can help them, because they all have different challenges. And I think particularly for the African continent, the next speaker after the lunch break will actually try to lift already a little bit of a veil of this. Why has it been complicated in Africa, but what are the opportunities, what are the challenges, how can we help them? So if it's agreeable for you, I would suggest that we have a lunch right now. Don't hesitate to contact us during the lunch as well, but maybe we can come back at 3 o'clock, because I think with Asfa Bossen Asrat, Professor Asfa Bossen Asrat is connected with us online at 3 p.m. So, I'm not sure if I understand this now. Yes, so sure, after the lunch break, we'll have Asfa Bossen Asrat connected with us. Then the next speaker will be Enrique, of course, and I think it's important as well that from the beginning we have a little bit of a clear idea of what is now exactly geological heritage of international value. We've tried to find some response already, and I hope that after the presentation of Enrique, you will have a clear idea about this. And then afterwards we'll have Marlen from the German National Commission, who will speak as well, trying to explain a little bit how a country like Germany is trying to support initiatives like geoparks, but also World Heritage Sites, biosphere reserves, UNESCO designated sites in general. Next speaker, of course, Dries Aschwal. We're going to be very curious to hear as well how you went from a very good idea to a very good functioning geopark, and what are the lessons learned from this, and I hope we can learn from your experience as well. And then next will be, I think, Rama, who is going to present the geopark in... Okay. Well, let's see how well we are with the timing by that time, and we'll see if we need to reschedule a little bit. So I hope we can count on your flexibility in that sense as well. At 3 p.m. back here, and please try to be punctual because Asfa is connected. He's actually on leave. He has been generously accepted to be with us here and been flexible to connect. So please be back at 3 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Excuse me. I think the meal cards are being brought now so that it can facilitate you to get lunch. And I need that too. Anyone with the meal cards already here? Oh, you have the meal cards. Okay. Pick the meal card at the end as you exit. And then guests. Alafu wale wenzetu tuwaruhusu wageni watangulie kwenye mamkuli. Then please get the meal card as you exit at the door. All right. See you then. Bon appetit. How do you say bon appetit in Germany?
That plus the evaluators who will confirm that there are geological sites of international significance. And of course, there has to be global comparative assessment with existing other geological sites. And it has to be proven by peer-reviewed published research. I'll come later to this point because this is one of the challenges that we have in Africa in terms of proving or in terms of justifying that these are sites with international geological significance, but this is very, very crucial. So obviously, geoparks are about geological sites, but they are not geological sites. So they are not geological parks, they are not theme parks, rather they are a kind of a holistic approach to existing geological plus cultural and natural heritage. And of course, at the end of the day, they have to benefit the society. So having a fantastic geological site only is not, enough to have a geopark. You need to have other things which are equally important to the geological site. But of course, the geological site is the basis for developing a geopark. So this is something that you have to have in mind whenever we are discussing about a geopark, wherever it is in Africa, anywhere in the world. I'm sure this has been introduced to you, but this is just to kick off my presentation on the opportunities that we have in terms of geoparks and of course the challenges that I'll come to later. Well, as I said, my presentation is at continental scale, so I'm not going to go into the details here because this is just a big overview, high-level overview of what's happening in Africa. So Africa is endowed with diverse geological sites of all ages and contexts with high international significance. So here we have the concept of international significance, and we know that at the continental scale, of course, this translates to the specific geosites at regional and local scale. Africa is very diverse in terms of its geology. Well, there are a few continents which have a geological diversity as Africa has. If you go to the northern hemisphere, for example, specifically in Europe or in some parts of Europe, Europe or Asia, you don't have this huge diversity that's exposed on the surface. So the geological map obviously is something about those rocks which are exposed on the surface. So Africa has something that ranges in age from about 3.64, let's say about 4 billion years up to the present. So it basically covers the whole geological span, the Earth's history, which is an important component of the geopark, and of course, in different parts of the continent, there are different settings. But not only that, it's not diversity at the continental scale, it's also diversity at the regional or local scale. So if you go, for example, to Kenya here in Eastern Africa, or general Eastern Africa, we have a diverse geological setting that ranges from the Archean up to the present, up to active volcanoes which are happening now. So it's not only continental, but it can also translate to individual countries or to individual or to regional settings where we have this kind of diversity. So obviously, if the geology is diverse, the possibility of having geosites of international significance is going to be also high. So that is one thing that Africa has as an opportunity in terms of developing geoparks, meaning we don't have a problem of finding high quality and geosites of international significance. So this is something that we have as a huge opportunity. Well, geoparks are not only about the geology, that means the rocks, the lithology and so on, but also about the geomorphology. So that means the landform of the terrain is very important because there is diverse landform, means there is a possibility of exposure of also different rocks on the surface, meaning different geosites of high quality. So Africa is also endowed with diverse topography, from very flat up to, high mountain ranges, geomorphology and tectonics, the structural aspect, enhancing the exposure of geological sites of international significance. So if you just consider one aspect of Africa, eastern part of Africa, you see a huge geomorphic variation, geomorphological variation that can be recognized even, or that can be resolved even from space. So you could see the flat terrains on the eastern coast and the highly rugged topography of the Eastern African rift system, and the Victoria Lake Basin, for example, here is just straddling between the western and eastern rift systems here, which have a huge scar on the face of Africa, for example, on the geomorphology of Africa, meaning the possibility of having geosites is really huge along these terrains. So this is something that we have also as an opportunity in Africa. Well, Africa is also one of the most tectonically active regions of the world, making it an ideal outdoor laboratory for understanding, that means teaching and learning of geological process. So what's interesting about Africa is we have very old rocks, but at the same time we have also active process, active tectonics, like the East African rift system, where you are sitting now, for example, in Baringo, is basically at the center of in one of the branches of the Eastern African system, which is basically active, affected by tectonic process, which is here rendered as a kind of unzipping of the continent. So there is the birth of a new ocean that's happening in the Afar, and it's basically propagating.
Sva, can you hear us? Yes, but you're listening at home and it's making it.
Meanwhile, there's a bird outside. Do you hear that bird? That sounds not, that's not a human being, that's a bird. So maybe that bird is the one that interfered with the network. Anyway, we'll be told the name of that bird. Yes, it's a beautiful sound, is it?
Really like volcanic massives or flood basalts, inflammation volcanoes, crystalline massives, or quaternary deposits, and so on and so forth. Sorry, Ozan?
Sorry, Aswa, we lost you with the Africa image.
Here?
Yeah, we finished that one. Can you?
This one?
We did that one, and if you could start next one.
Hearing.
Yeah, if you could restart it,
Okay.
we didn't have this. Sorry.
Okay, that's all right. Well, so based on what I have said earlier, based on the maps that I showed you, it is obvious now that Africa is now home to numerous spectacular geosites of global renown and significance, some of which are regional, like multi-country, like the East African Rift System, as I indicated. So the theme East African Rift System could be repeated in different parts of Africa, like in Ethiopia, in Kenya, in Tanzania, and so on. But there are also others at local scale. That means the geosites are at local scale. So this table is just an example of the categorization of these geosites in Africa. This is something that we have compiled in a recent publication on the geotouristic potential of Africa. And I'm not going to go into the details of this table, but this is to show you that there are resources that can tell you which kinds of geosites are available in which countries and what type of geosites they are. So just to give you an example, central volcanic massives, there are numerous along the East African Rift System and also along the Cameroon volcanic line. But an example is Mount Kilimanjaro, which could be one huge geopark in itself, which is, in the theme of central volcanics, but of course other related geosites are available, like the glaciated peaks, summits, and so on. Mount Kenya, which is close to you, is another major central rift volcano. Mount Elgon in Uganda, in the region, is another important setting. So these are shield volcanoes with generally wide base and basaltic shields, but there are several other geosites of this site. For example, Ngorongoro is a caldera, which is one huge caldera, but it can also serve as one territory because it is also defined in terms of its geology as one territory, not only in terms of administration and so on. So these kinds of resources are available in Africa. As I said, I'm not going into the details here, but I'll give you the links of the links to these publications where you can see this compilation. Well, as I said, geoparks are not only about geological sites, they are also about other kinds of heritage, cultural and historical heritage. So Africa is also one of the richest, if not the richest, and most diverse continent in terms of cultural and historical heritage. So these two maps show you basically the language, distribution, the left one in Africa, which is really very, very, very diverse, and then the other is the ancient settings in Africa as a whole. So these are the different historical empire, or the empires of Africa, basically, which are the source of the history of Africa here. So this is to say that the geological sites are located in areas where you have also rich and diverse historical and cultural heritage. So the combination of this will be a very important precondition or a very important setting for developing a geopark in any locality. Well, Africa is home to numerous cultural, archaeological, and historical sites of global renown, again, with a close link to geological processing materials. So here again, in the same publication, we tried to compile all the archaeological sites in Africa and how they are related to, their geotourism interests, for example. Most of them obviously are UNESCO heritage sites because most of the cultural sites are included in the UNESCO heritage site. So from Egypt to Sudan, Ethiopia, to Mozambique, to Zimbabwe, and in Western Africa, Mali, and so on, all these are very interesting, or show very interesting historical and cultural heritage, archaeological heritage, which could be included in a geopark. And that means this is an added advantage for having a diverse and rich geopark. Well, Africa is also one of the most diverse continents in terms of biological heritage, which is another important component of any geopark. That means the biodiversity and the land use and the land cover types, meaning the activity, the human activity, which is happening in a given terrain. So in terms of biodiversity, of course, we go from the Mediterranean kind of a bit temperate Mediterranean, then the desert, then the Sahel, then the rainforest, and it repeats on the other side and up to the steppes in southern Africa. So Africa really is basically having a huge latitudinal difference. So it has very big latitudinal difference, meaning there is a biodiversity of that extent. At the same time, we have also activities ranging from oasis agriculture to Mediterranean agriculture, nomadic herding, self-subsistence farming. All these activities are also distributed in many parts of Africa. So the different colors show you, as it's indicated in the legend here, the different activities. Again, you don't have to go into the details here. What's more important to recognize is that there are several types of activities, so that means there is diversity. So if you take just one area as a geopark, you have huge biodiversity difference, huge land use, land cover type difference, and then the possibility of having diversity in the geopark and of course associated with the geology. So this is another important opportunity that we have in Africa. Well, this has been recognized by previous researchers, and there was this concept of Earth Science Stewardship, or Earth Stewardship Science, which says basically forging a new future for the people of Africa by the people of Africa. And this is the concept of the Africa Life Corridors, which tried to divide Africa in different corridors, like for example, the East African Rift System is one corridor, and along this East African Rift System there are several nodes, and these nodes are of specific nature, which in our case here could serve as a geopark. So along this Africa Life Corridor, where there is a team for history, a team for geology, a team for tectonics, and so on and so forth, the nodes that are identified here could serve as the basis for geoparks. So I'm sure the Baringo Geopark here is recognized here, for example, as a node. It was not meant to be a geopark at that time, but they recognize there is an interesting combination of geological, cultural, and natural heritage there, and they considered it as a node. So this could serve as one geopark, and as you can see, there are several nodes here, and this means these are potential geoparks by themselves. Of course, it has to be modified depending on the local conditions. Well, again, geoparks are also about humans. They are mostly about humans, so we need also to recognize that. So Africa is a continent of youngsters with high rate of unemployment, and geoparks development could be a great incentive and motivation to not only get out of crashing poverty, but as a means for sustainable development. So as you can see here, this is Africa's population structure. So most of Africa, especially Sub-Saharan Africa, is basically in terms of age, is about 44 to 50% is under 15 years age. So Africa is the continent of the future, basically. That's what it means. So there are a huge number of youngsters which could be benefiting from developing geoparks because the concept of a geopark is to basically benefit the society. And the different maps here show you the level of unemployment, for example. So here is the level of unemployment, which is basically related to the age structure. So this is to tell or to show you that basically Africa is a continent of youngsters. It's a continent of the future. So that means developing geoparks could be one area where sustainable development can be achieved and benefit the society, not only of the present, but also the future. Well, many African countries, when we come to practicalities, many African countries or governments or institutions have the experience of working with UN institutions, in this case with UNESCO, in establishing the World Heritage Sites, suggesting that such institutions can serve as the points of contact for initial extension on the establishment of geoparks. I'm sure this is the case of Baringo, or the experience of Baringo, but this can also apply to other parts of Africa. So what this means is there is the concept of developing a territory for a specific purpose, like the World Heritage Site or the biodiversity centers and so on, and geoparks could be of that nature. I mean, they can go along that line so that the possibility of developing them can initiate at that level. So this is a huge opportunity that Africa has several World Heritage Sites means the possibility of instituting or the chance of instituting geoparks can also go along that line because the experience could be utilized for the same purpose. And the other is many of the national parks, like wildlife and other natural reserves in Africa, overlap with the major geosites. And the natural heritage adds value to any would-be geopark, and the national park infrastructure could serve as a basis to initiate a geopark project. So the other is because geopark development is not an easy task, as you all know, definitely, and it takes a long time, but you could utilize, or Africa has several national parks, for example, Ethiopia and Kenya could be very good examples. In this case, several national parks which are already existing for a long time, and the infrastructure of these national parks, which happen to be most of the time also constituting or having the geosites in them, could be the initial areas where you could develop a geopark. So this is something that we can utilize as an opportunity to develop geoparks. So if you consider, for example, the southern Ethiopian rift, here's the Omo Basin, which is continuing to Turkana, to Baringo, and so on here. It is basically a national park. And most of the, world-known archaeological sites are located there. There are several geosites there. So it will be easy to develop a geopark, for example, where there is a national park and where there is a heritage site than somewhere virgin or somewhere new. So that's basically a good opportunity that we can utilize in the geoparks. Well, the other problem, well, it's not a problem, but the other challenge, or the challenge that we have is there are not many resources in terms of geoheritage development and so on in Africa. But it's not only in Africa. This is a new direction, a new development, relatively new, relatively young development, the concept of geoheritage, geoconservation and so on, compared to other aspects of geology, obviously. And the availability of resources for that is not that high. But now it's coming of age, and even in Africa we have some resources which are of significant value. So resources on African geoheritage, geotourism and so on are rare, but recently becoming increasingly more available. So some of these are just the title page or the cover page of some of these books and compendiums and so on are represented here, like from Geoheritage Geoparks in Africa that was published some years back in 2012, I think. And then Africa's Top Geological Sites in 2016. Then there is a book on geoheritage, assessment, protection, and management of the globe, but there are some chapters about Africa. And Handbook of Geotourism, again, there are some chapters, including the one that I indicated in this book, the Handbook of Geotourism. And recently, I'm happy to report that we were able, I was heavily involved in that, and I'm really happy that among the 10 sites that I selected for the first 100 IUGS geological heritage sites, 7 of them are included, and other colleagues also nominated sites from Africa. So as you see on this map, the dots show the ones that are represented in the first 100 IUGS geological heritage sites. These are the iconic heritage sites in the world, which were included in this book, published as part of the 16th anniversary of the International Union of Geological Societies, so the sciences. And as you can see from Africa, there are about 15 sites, which is a very huge number compared to the others, and that is really something that we are proud of. So the concept of geoheritage, the concept of geotourism and geoparks obviously is coming to the fore in the global scale. That's something that we can consider as an opportunity. So in general, although we can make very few generalizations about a continental landmass, and of course including offshore territories as diverse as Africa, because Africa's richness and diversity in geological heritage is even more pronounced at regional and local scales, we can say that we have huge opportunities in every part of Africa. And Africa is equally rich in cultural and biological heritage, as I said. Africa's young population has a great opportunity to utilize the rich and diverse geological, biological, and cultural heritage to address the key issues facing the society. And all this lay a fertile ground for great opportunities for initiating geopark projects in many African countries or regions. So geoparks in Africa could be the next big thing, in my opinion, as a means towards sustainable development and achieving, of course, many of the SDGs, at the same time ensuring the protection and conservation of Africa's unique geological heritage. So these are the huge opportunities that we have in Africa. But if that's the case, why don't we have many geoparks? Because Africa has probably, not probably, but definitely the lowest number of geoparks in the network of the UNESCO Global Geoparks, as you can see here. So this is from 2020 to 23, and that I took from the GJ. And as you can see, many geoparks are obviously in Eastern Asia, mostly in China, then in Europe, a few in Northern America, a few, but a good number in Southern America. But of course, in Africa, we have only Ngorongoro and Mugu in Morocco, and Ngorongoro in Tanzania, obviously. Hopefully, Baringo will be the next one. So if we have those opportunities, why don't we have many geoparks? So that means there are challenges, there are huge challenges that we have to recognize, and of course that we have to overcome if we are going to have many geoparks and to maintain them in Africa. So what are the major challenges? Well, I cannot have a complete list of challenges here, but I'll tell you from my experience what the major challenges could be. Some of them practical, some of them, academic, and of course, intrinsic. So that means inherent intrinsic challenge, and of course, we have also structural and practical challenge. So what are the inherent and intrinsic challenges? Well, many parts of Africa are still relatively less explored scientifically. That is obvious, and the depth and extent of scientific studies, that means peer-reviewed publications, is meager, if at all it exists, especially in some countries, and many spectacular geosites in Africa are not still well described and published. That means fulfilling one of the major IUG's criteria in this regard is an inherent challenge. Of course, this challenge now can be overcome because of several discussions, and there are means, of course, to overcome this challenge somehow. But still, this is an important challenge. If a site is not described, if a site is not studied, if it's not well published and recognized in the scientific field, then it cannot be a recognized geosite. So that is one major challenge that we have. So this is a bigger problem than just only about geophysics. And for conservation or protection of geological sites of international significance due to competing economic interests like large-scale mining or infrastructure development such as roads, railways, dams, urban expansion, and so on across or on major new sites, which are usually destructive. Of course, this is a matter of balancing what we are doing. But one of the challenges is usually geosites are not recognized, geoheritage are not recognized, and this could also be even a much more problematic thing in maintaining a geopark. Even after having a geopark, using a global geopark, then if that's not maintained because of these activities, which might happen and which is happening in some case, then it will be a bigger problem. And lack of awareness at the community or all other concerned entities like local, regional, national administration levels about geoheritage and geoparks is another challenge. But of course, this can be overcome also by continuous discussion, as I'm sure that has been happening in Baringo. And lack of local professional expertise, like geologists, basically, is one very important challenge here because geoparks need to have permanent geologists, for example. In some cases, even the geological surveys are not having enough geologists, so that means this also translates down to the geopark level. Well, to give you an example, Ethiopia has nearly 10,000 active geologists for a population of 110 million, maybe even more now, and its ratio is even worse in many other African countries. That means we cannot fulfill the criteria, or many of them cannot fulfill the criteria of having a permanent geologist there. Many potential geosites are inaccessible, making them out of reach for geotourism, limiting their potential as a means of sustainable development to the community. So this is the paradox. Although we need roads to get access, at the same time the roads can also be destructive, so there is a need for balancing that, but both ways it is an intrinsic problem. Either this uncontrolled development will destroy them, or they are not accessible because we don't have roads. So this conundrum is very, very important to address. So this is another intrinsic challenge that we have in terms of geopark development in Africa. But there are also structural or more practical challenges here. Well, the first is lack of basic resource here from outside, because the governments prioritize their budget to other aspects than to geopark or to geoheritage and so on. So that means if you want to have a geopark project, to initiate a geopark project, you need external funding for that, which is a challenge by itself. And lack of or very limited support, both in terms of capacity building and the finance efforts by individuals or small groups of researchers to initiate geopark projects is another important challenge that we have to consider. Lack of policy or guideline, like legal framework, institutional setup, and expertise to recognize a site as a geoheritage and to protect it as such is another challenge, and to initiate and develop geoparks and to legally recognize a geopark management body. So if the management body is not recognized at all levels, then that's going to be a challenge, and this has something to do with the administrative setup of many localities, many countries, and many regions. And geopark development requires high level of community and institutional commitment, as well as management undertakings which have significant financial implications, like geopark infrastructure, human resource, visibility, dissemination, education, research, maintenance, conservation, accessibility. All these are required to be recognized as a global geopark. And if there is no financial support, if there is no resource to do all that, which is usually the case in Africa, then that's going to be another major challenge. But as I said, many African governments do not have geoparks as their primary targets, but they have to make them. So this is another challenge that we can recognize. So this is an incomplete list of challenges that could serve as a basis for the discussions. And at the same time, we have also opportunities that I have indicated in much more detail earlier. So this will, I hope, give you some ideas for continuing the discussion and also my talk here. And thank you for listening to me. Thank you, Oslam.
Thank you, Asfa. Thank you. I think we have so if you could stop sharing your screen.
Maybe if there are questions I can take, or I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah, if you could stop share, I can make you a screen. May probably stop it, but yeah. So I think that was wonderful. I don't need to make any comments because you were not in the room. You could see the faces.
Okay.
So everybody was smiling, taking pictures and taking notes. It was a very active classroom activity, and it was, as always. So I need this presentation. Asfa is one of our, Kristen and Asfa were same time council members. Kristen Rangers is here, Asfa.
Okay, good.
So we worked very closely for several years, and Asfa is our greatest verb. It's a shame that he's not here, but I think that was a wonderful presentation. So I don't know if you would like to ask any questions.
Thank you.
In the room, yeah, we have one question.
Okay.
It's better that. Introduce yourself. He can see you as well.
Okay.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Professor Asra. It was wonderful. It was wonderful listening from you, and I think we must have met at one point in Ethiopia, where you are making a presentation on Sufuama caves. From your presentation, I just wanted to Sufuama caves. the caves in
Sophomore.
Sophomore caves.
Okay.
Yes, I had an opportunity of visiting that cave, and also an opportunity of interacting with you. And I know that.
Oh, okay. No, I remember. Yeah.
Yes, I know that. The site did not manage to get that opportunity of being nominated as a World Heritage Site. Out of interest, I just wanted to know how far Ethiopia has gone with possibly the process of exploring the geopark aspect as an opportunity for that particular site. Thank you.
Yeah, this is a very good question, and this is one of the things that can be, that can be discussed, because in terms of also prioritizing sites for different let's say designations of UNESCO. So the particular case of the sophomore case has been, I think, in UNESCO for a long time now. And I was involved in the development of the technical document for the heritage nomination. I'm not involved in the actual activities, but in the development of the technical document. Now, as you said, this has not been recognized yet as a World Heritage Site. But Sophomore has all the tenets or all the, let's say, properties which can be considered as a geopark. So this is something that can be tried. Although not officially, some unofficial discussions, I mentioned to the authorities that this is something that can be considered. I'm not sure how far they want to continue along that line, but the problem is bigger than Sophomore, because as I indicated, many of the challenges related with geopark development is the legal framework and the recognition of a geoheritage, a geosite as a recognized site, as a recognized territory, and that is still a problem in Ethiopia. So I know there are some activities going on, but they are not that much developed. So this is the answer that I can give you at this point. But the major challenges I mentioned in my presentation actually are mostly from my experience in Ethiopia. Of course, I have seen them also in many other parts of Africa. So those challenges have to be overcome first before we can be able to have a kind of a geopark in Ethiopia, like Sophomore, for example, as you say, because Sophomore is, a fantastic site with all the properties that can be translated into a geopark territory. Thank you.
Technologically, I'm not able to. Another question from the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much. I hope I can be heard from here. Now, just wanted some small clarification. One of the slides, I think there's a statement Professor made that geoparks are not geological parks, nor theme parks. Of course, that is a bit confusing because one would naturally assume that geo and a park would be a contractory form of the word geological and that. And also the description, the two important...
I cannot hear the question. Will you repeat that?
So I think we can answer this question. One of your presentations was a geopark is not a geological park or theme park. I think this is a topic we will study here. It's what we want to mean is that the geopark is not only geology park. Can you hear? If you want to develop what you mean about geological park and theme park, I think you want to understand.
Okay. Yeah, but I'm sure you'll be discussing that in much more detail there. But this is to emphasize that the geopark is not only about geology. That's very, very important.
Yeah, the question is the criteria are based on geology. There is the criteria of being an international geological significance, and the second criteria of being unified, single unified, and also of territorial. Again, the issue of geology keeps coming up. And so I think maybe the definition would need some more clarification to help as we go now by describing and mapping our areas. Thank you.
As for, yeah, I totally agree, gentlemen. As for the presentation after you is Enrique Diaz from IGME.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
and he will explain.
He will explain more, yeah.
Enrique is here. The next presentation after you is that. And then we have Christine who will explain other parameters. So this is an excellent question for the beginning of the workshop. Please keep with us. This is the objective of the workshop. We are there. Thank you.
Very good.
Yeah, thanks. Any other question from the room? No, I think that's all. But thank you very much again for.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Really nice
Thank
to
you,
see you.
and thank you everyone for this. Okay, bye.
Yes, bye.
Bye.
We don't need the notes, so that's fine. Like the next presentation. I don't need any more internet, so you can do whatever you want. Thank you, internet lady.
There was two.
I will put this there.
Well, fair, yes.
I think it's easier than some.
And then, yes, I can.
I can do it.
No, I can go. Thank you very much for inviting me. I will present myself. I am not any part of UNESCO offices or anything. So if I ask you, what do you see there? Many people, before saying a tree, they would say a face. Some people would say that. And what's obvious is that it has been studied, and there's many publications about this, is that due to natural selection, we have a genetic predisposition towards things that move. And this means that we don't have a predisposition towards things that do not move, as opposed. So by default, we don't care about things that are inanimate. So we have this predisposition towards the living instead of towards the abiotic. And if you, some of you, I'm sure you have been mothers and fathers, when you have babies, they don't see the sight is not well developed from the beginning, but the babies, even if they don't could define the many things, but they immediately identify faces, and they immediately identify things that move. You can move the hands in front, and they will look for things that are moving in front of them. So it's a genetic thing that the humans have, is this due to natural selection, a predisposition toward things that move. Why? Because if you don't see the lion that's coming, if you don't see the enemy that is coming, or the animal that you are hunting, if you don't see it, you will not survive. So only reproduce those that survive. So only survive those that are seeing the things that are moving around them, and that they are used to doing that. This is another example. The first thing, especially when you show it to children, here we are most influenced by other cultural aspects. But if you ask children, what do you see there? The first thing would be a cat. And they say, no, okay, there's more things. And they start looking, there's trees. Okay, so the last thing is the rocks. That's the last thing that we will ever notice when we are there. So we don't see those geological elements, but the geological elements are there. And they are also part of nature. There's no discussion about that. So, because they are a result of natural processes and so on. So it's part of nature. And even if they have been used by humans, for example, here you can see a wall. Even if they are used in a wall or in a building or whatever, this is still a rock. And this rock, these rounded pebbles, they give us information. So if you have features that are still preserved, you can use them still for science, for education, of these natural elements that are being incorporated into the cultural elements, like in this case it is a wall. And these geological elements are important for all the resources that we use from them, the water, the rocks, the soil for the cultivations, for the planting, anything. That over there you can see is a salt area that used in the Roman times and then in Arab times in Spain. Pump the groundwater, which is salty, and you evaporate and get the salt. And Christine was also mentioning, why do we have Paleolithic, Neolithic, Bronze Age, Iron Age, copper? So because we have been using all these resources, and it has influenced the evolution of humankind, the use of these geological resources. And we use them for the buildings, and the buildings represent the rocks that are in the surroundings of the cities. Also, everybody's aware that there's some geological processes that are spectacular, and people, of course, they also cause damage. There's natural hazards. But, for example, I don't know if here in Kenya you were seeing the volcanic eruption in Spain, in the Canary Islands, in the island of La Palma, for several months. Every day we were getting images, and people were really excited about that. Or this is a geode made of gypsum crystals. Some things we realize that are geological and they are spectacular. And we are aware of that, and we like sharing with other people. And some of them are unique because there's only one. Some things there's only one in the whole world, or two. There's very few, or even if there's a lot of them, some of them may be very representative. So it's the best example that we have, even if we have thousands of examples, but the best one. There's a best one, or there's several of the biggest or largest or whatever in this case, and especially if it is useful for science, because in science we are learning how to predict things for the future, how to predict where we can find an element or a mineral, where we can find water. All this information is obtained from outcrops, from wells, from all the information that we have on the ground. And we know that we can benefit from this, and we want also the future generations to be able to benefit from all these things. Okay, so that was like an introduction, but I also, I suppose, you are aware of this, but these are some terms that we call in the 5 new geo terms, because they all start with geo: geodiversity, geoheritage, geoconservation, geotourism, geoparks. And I have tried to use like the most simple definition to make it simple. So geodiversity, the variety of natural abiotic elements and processes. Geoheritage would be a selection of those elements, of the ones that are of more interest, more value towards, and then so we will have to preserve. So geoconservation is the preservation of the sites that we have selected as the most precious, most valuable elements of the where we are, wherever we are. Geotourism, a specific type of tourism that is oriented to these geological elements. And geoparks, we have this local socioeconomic development, which is based also on the presence of these geological elements that are to be preserved. So those are but I will go in more detail with this. And first I want you to every time I mention these terms, geological element, geology, or geodiversity, because I am aware and people have been using these terms here in different ways. I also make the mistake of calling the geological elements geodiversity, but I just said that the geodiversity should only be the variety, and the variety may be high, may be low. It's a type of diversity. So biodiversity may also be high and may also be low. And this is a conflict that appeared when people were talking about geodiversity in the 1970s, 1980s, in the beginning of biodiversity. And now it is happening also with geodiversity, referring to the elements, like for example, the habitats or the species, referring to them as biodiversity, but actually biodiversity should be used to refer to the diversity of those elements, not to the elements themselves. Okay, so there's these geological elements, and this includes rocks, which are mixtures of minerals, so that's why I underline minerals, because then it also includes sediments, but sediments are made of minerals. It also includes water, includes their shapes, so the morphology, the relief, the topography that has also been mentioned here, those are also a result of the natural processes. So all this is what we call the geological elements. Then we have a science that's very known that studies this type of elements, the geological elements and processes, so that's the geology. And because I also have problems with some professionals that have studied geomorphology coming from geography, and what I just mentioned is that the shape of the elements, the shape of the relief, the shape of the structures, of the geological structures, that's what you would call the geomorphology. That's a subdiscipline according to the UNESCO classification, which is properly science-based. So it's a subdiscipline of the geology, of the science that studies the general geological elements and processes. And then, of course, again, we have the geodiversity, referring to the diversity of the geological elements in an area. Now, we are aware that geodiversity should be preserved, but why? Why it's there? Because why is it good? Why shall we preserve it? Because it conditions the species and habitats and ecosystems. If there's a high geodiversity, we will most probably have high biodiversity, and that's what we like, the high biodiversity, because it gives us lots of opportunities to benefit from the different species, habitats, the ecosystem services particularly. it conditions also the resilience of this biodiversity. But geodiversity is not resilient. You cannot recover a volcano. You cannot recover a paleontological site. If it is destroyed, it's destroyed forever. We will talk about that. We will see it here. And also, geodiversity conditions the probability of having geoheritage, because if you have high geodiversity, you have a lot of different things, and there's more probability having lots of different things that there will be some of them that will be of interest. What are the weaknesses compared to the biodiversity? That, as I was just mentioning, almost all geological elements, except for water, probably that's the only one, they are non-renewable. If we lose them, that's it. There's no way to recover them. And the geological elements are not resilient. After a crisis, they will not recover by themselves. That's no way. And also, well, that's another thing. We classify the geological elements, but it is not, as in biodiversity, it is not a taxonomical hierarchy. There's no, well, it's a particularity that cannot be applied to the geological elements. And then we have what is the geoheritage, the geological elements that have this value, the V, for society, to be preserved, and this is based usually why are they of interest, because we can use them or potentially use them, or we are actually using them for science, for education, for tourism. And then in Europe we usually don't include spirituality, but we are aware that in many continents, like in Australia with the Aborigines, in Africa I'm sure that also spirituality is included in the value of the geological elements, and also for the indigenous people in Northern and South America. Okay, so.
Check.
Thank you. So, as I was mentioning, in Europe, it is mostly based the value of the geological elements to be considered as geoheritage with science, education, and tourism. But for example, there's countries like, well, in Australia, but also in Colombia, we were helping the Colombian Geological Survey with their inventory. And in Colombia, in the constitution, the rights of the indigenous people are included in the constitution. So all the geoheritage, it was forced, it was mandatory to include the interests of the local population with respect to their sacred sites. And even if for other population it is not of interest, if there's a community that a rock is it's considered sacred for them, then it will be included in the inventory, in the national inventory of geological heritage. And this is all the math that we will see, but it is just very basic, because we know that geological elements with value are geoheritage. We know that geodiversity refers to the geological diversity, so it is important to understand that geoheritage and geodiversity are different things, okay? They are not the same. We don't talk as if they are the same thing. They are two different things. One of them is a selection of elements for their value, and geodiversity just refers to the diversity, if they are very different or very similar. So here are some aspects to think about. When we calculate the geodiversity, we don't care if they are important or not. So we don't care if they are geoheritage or not. We include all of them, even if they have no value. That's for the geodiversity. It doesn't consider the value of the elements. So that means that geodiversity and geoheritage are independent. There are highly relevant geoheritage sites that may have very low geodiversity. That's a possibility. And another possibility is that there's sites with very high geodiversity, and they may have irrelevant value. So there's not a direct relationship, high geodiversity, lots of interest as geoheritage. Not always, maybe, but maybe not. And then the thing also is that that the geodiversity is just a measurement of the diversity, maybe high or low. So if it's something that can be high or low, means that it is a parameter. a parameter that can be measured, and you can compare the geodiversity of an area with the geodiversity of another area. This area is more geodiverse than this other one. So that can help, for example, the managers of natural protected areas or the managers of geoparks to understand which areas have more potential to have more geoheritage or which areas have more potential to have more biodiversity, for example. In some cases, there has been biodiversity discovered to be high because it was originally found to be a high geodiversity. Here's an example of the application of this parameter, the geodiversity, in the Sobrarbe Global Geopark in the Pyrenees. This is where it is located. This is the geological map. And based on the geological map, there was a measurement of the geodiversity with thicker pixels for the comparison between some sites or another. So you can see that when an area doesn't have much geodiversity, then it will show like this. And when an area has a high geodiversity like that one, it will show in green colors, no? Okay? So then this is useful for the managers of the park, of the geopark in this case, so they know if the routes, the roads, the bike routes, the trails that they are doing, if there's more things or less things to be seen, to be explained, and to be taken care at the same time. So you compare this with the map of the geosites, of the geological heritage, and then it will be useful. So why is this confusion to referring to the nature, to the geological elements with the term geodiversity? Well, that's a possibility. There is this book called Geodiversity, Valuing and Conserving Abiotic Nature. This was from 2011, I think, maybe earlier. I didn't include it. So we value nature, but we cannot conserve everything. So it's impossible to preserve everything. So we have to choose. We have to select what do we want, what is more valuable, and we focus on those elements. No? So that's what's relevant, and that's what we are supposed to be trying to do, to preserve a selection of those things that are the most important. And the problem is that in some cases the term geodiversity has been used a little bit confusing because they talk about geodiversity element. One element cannot be geodiverse, so that's confusion. Or to use the term geodiversity site, which does not refer to, I mean, it's, if you understand what's geodiversity, then you should not use geodiversity site because is it high geodiversity or low geodiversity site? So that's one thing. And to finish up with the part of the geodiversity, tomorrow, everything, all the things that are included in the study of geodiversity, all the different types of elements. For example, it can be rocks, minerals, fossils, soils, which includes the active organisms also, but it's influenced by a lot by the rocks and the climate and everything, the water resources, the landforms. These are the sciences that study each of those. And all these things are a result and record of the evolution of the Earth. That's why this declaration from 1991, the Vignette Declaration, was saying the memory of the Earth. Why does it say the memory of the Earth? Because the memories, you remember the best parts of your life, of your biography, and we want to have like the best, or not the best, but the selected parts of the history of the Earth. And where are they? They are represented by all these things that we find in the geopark or wherever, in the geology, the geological elements of an area. No? So that all that is the result from and record of this evolution of the Earth. So by reading, by looking at those things, we are able to interpret that evolution of the Earth in that area. Also important is the scale. The scale and also the area in particular. For example, if we look from the distance, this type of rocks, this is what's called the Enchanted City in central Spain. And you can see some shapes, that those shapes are usually due to different compositions. So you are already knowing that there's erosion, there's different compositions that gives you different reliefs. So that's geomorphology and some petrology and so on. But then when you look in detail, for example, this wall is made with these types of. You see here that one of these rocks has a speleothem, the rocks that form in the walls of the caves, that has bands of different levels of calcite. And if we would look like only here and we compare the compositions, particularly the isotopes of calcium, of oxygen, we would know about the temperatures, we would know about the position of the air in the cave, information. And we can also do a geodiversity study here. That's valid. We can do a geodiversity study in this outcrop. That's also valid. We can do it in a municipality, we can do it in a country or in a geopark, as I showed in the previous picture. So the geodiversity can be done at different areas and also at different scales. For example, we can do the petrological diversity, we can do the geomorphological diversity. Those are called geomorphosites, the geomorphological diversity. So there's lots of aspects there that can be studied at different scales and in different areas, bigger or smaller. Geoconservation is a type of conservation, just conserving something. What? The geoheritage, so the geological elements that are important, and the geodiversity, because we have seen that the geodiversity conditions the biodiversity. So this is also interesting in some cases to be preserved. And also another thing important is to distinguish between the means and the objective. The means is to protect, so we protect things. Why? Because we want them to be preserved, to be conserved for the future. So the objective that we have is conservation for the future, and what we do now is protect it. We protect to preserve for the future. And what is in general, I mean, conservation, you are many experts here about heritage in general, cultural heritage and natural heritage. So the conservation is the result of actions. So you plan what you're going to do, what type of use, the management, and you do this with the objective of the conservation, and you want to endure the preservation of something that is good for the population or for whoever it is, the goods, the heritage, whatever. No, this is in general. This applies not only to geoheritage, but to any other type of heritage. Another important thing is that this management must include protection with legal instruments. Why? Because it's the way that we have to a kind of enforcement to be sure that everybody will not make mistakes. Let's say. So legislation allows and forces this conservation. So that's why some municipalities, they have the power to say in the municipal planning what can be used or what should not be destroyed. When you look at the definition, for example, of the UNESCO Convention, how it's the natural heritage defined, most of these definitions, it says natural features consisting of of outstanding universal value. Geological and physiographical formations of outstanding universal value. That somebody was mentioning here. Natural sites of outstanding universal value. So what do they have in common? Things that are natural, so natural elements that have this type of value. Why do this type? Because we are talking about world heritage. So it's for everybody. So that's why it needs to be of universal value. But in a geopark, it's not always like that, of course. The heritage in general. So if you have understood what is geoheritage, then heritage in general refers to all the elements to which we assign a value. So the basic concept is elements with value. If you don't have, then the question is which elements, what value? Where do we put the limit to decide is this heritage or not? And also another important thing is that the type of element is what establishes the type of heritage. And this is something that many people make mistakes. They say, oh, it's cultural, then it's cultural heritage. But cultural value, I mean, value is always cultural because the value is in our heads. The value is a consideration of our perspectives for this thing to be interesting for the future. So it's always an entelequia, something that we are thinking. But the element is what The type of element is what will define the type. So you have natural elements, we will have natural heritage. If we have cultural elements with value, we have cultural heritage. And then and something that I'm sure most of you will have it very clearly is the type of elements that we can have. We have tangible and intangible. We have, of course, there's no intangible natural heritage because the intangibility is in our heads also, the knowledge. But there's cultural, intangible, and tangible. We have movable and non-movable. For example, geological heritage, we have movable and non-movable. We have outcrops, and you have fossils that you can extract, or minerals that you can extract. So you have objects versus sites. And also, there's this difference between the type of elements, individual, the private properties, or the societal benefit. This is the private versus collective. Of course, I assume that you all are aware that what I am referring all the time when we talk about natural heritage and cultural heritage, we are referring to the societal type of heritage, something that is good for everybody, for the use of everybody. And another thing to be aware always is that the value will always be subjective. There's no question about that. It's always subjective, which means that we have to reconsider periodically because depending, for example, on how many things we find or things that are destroyed or the concepts that are changing for the scientists, for the different culture, for example, salt. When you go now to the store, you buy a kilogram of salt, and I don't know how much it is here, but at least in Europe it's 20 cents of a euro. It's very, very little, but it used to be really, really expensive. People used to be paid with salt. That's why we have the word salary. The salary comes from being paid with salt. And that means that the value of things change. The same thing can have different values, depending on who is considering it. So it is important that the evaluation is done by someone who knows what they are talking about, who knows about these elements, which is the specialist. You would ask the cook, is this, or the chef of the restaurant, is this food good or bad? Or you need someone who knows, or the entomologist, to decide which insects need to be preserved. So you ask the geologist or the paleontologist which fossils should be preserved, and so on. For example, in this case, you say, oh, very nice trilobite. This is a replica, which means that maybe it doesn't happen if it breaks. No problem, we can throw it away, we can give it to we make hundreds of them for giving away in the museum, and it's no problem. But then recently, for example, there was an attempt to destroy the painting in Louvre. So now everybody should then understand now that if the element is natural and it has value, it is natural heritage. And if there's no value, if you put here a zero, then there's no heritage. It's not of any interest. And the same for the geological elements with value are geological heritage. And if the element has no value, then it's not heritage. And the different types of value, which means the potential uses that make it profitable for us. The intrinsic value usually refers to the scientific value or in the sense of allowing us to have ecosystem services that are also called, in the case of geological elements, they are referred to as geosystemic services. And also what I was mentioning, the scientific, educational, aesthetic, touristic, the spiritual, mystical, religious interest. And then there's this type of interest, the economic and commercial. What's the problem with this one and with geological elements? That if you exploit a quarry or a mine, it is not sustainable. So you are not going to have this for the future. So it's not sustainable type of use. So in our case of geoheritage, we're always talking of sustainable use because we want this to be preserved for the future. That's why in some cases and that's why in geoparks it is not allowed to sell minerals or fossils because it is not a sustainable use. Again, not all biological elements are natural heritage to be preserved, and there is a very obvious case, which is the mosquitoes. Yesterday I killed a mosquito, it was full of blood. I don't know who had been bitten before, but I killed an animal in my room. Is this, commit a crime? This is the important thing. It is a biological element, no doubt. Does it have value? No. So that's why it is not considered heritage, the mosquitoes, normally. And in this case, it is not natural heritage to be preserved. And this is important. Because then you wouldn't be selling all these insecticides. And the same with the geological elements. Not all biological elements need to be preserved, and not all geological elements need to be preserved. This is my son when he was little, now he's taller than me. And every time he went to the park, the shoes were full of sand, full, and you can see that. This is after one day. So we decided, let's put it in see how much he's bringing every day from the little playground. And we know that sand is a geological element, no doubt. What is its value? In this case, well, there's some value because the city council, they know that every year they need to bring more sand. And you can see this in many playgrounds because every children is taking some sand out of the playground, okay? But in this case, for the society, let's say, the value is zero. He's not going to commit a crime. No, the police is not going to take him after school or whatever. So in this case, this sand is not considered a geoheritage. The only thing is that the municipality needs to include it in the budget for every year, a little amount, 100 euros or whatever in each case, to bring some more because it's good to play in the clean sand and so on. So not all geological elements are geoheritage. This is important to be aware. But this doesn't mean that all the sands are not geoheritage. And I will show you a case here. This is in the southeastern coast of the big island of Hawaii. And there's green sands, pure olivine sands. Do you see anybody swimming? No. They are just collecting sand. And this was forbidden after a while. And this is an example of, this was in the 1990s when I was there. And now it is forbidden to go there. I mean, you can go, but you have to be, they control who goes in and goes out and what they do. And in this case, do they have any value as heritage? Well, in this case, you can see it's something that is not very normal to see. And in particular, there is this International Sand Collectors Society, which is dedicated to the interests of sand collectors. So we know there's a community, a group of people that are willing to pay money to get sands. And you can actually buy, they have sand kits and they have sand for sale in the internet. So with this, what I mean is that it depends on the specific features, the specific character, and the types of use, and on all these things that will make the difference if it is considered as geoheritage or not. Also, there is this strong discussion sometimes between natural heritage and cultural heritage. There shouldn't be such a case of discussion or conflict because it is obvious that a fossil is natural. It's not a result of human action, it's a result of natural evolution of the organisms when they are buried. So it is, if it is a historical cultural heritage, would be elements that result from human activity. Okay, and then a fossil is always a geological element, so then it is not any problem. And it is the specialist, in this case the paleontologist, that will decide if it is heritage or not. Not all of them are heritage. For example, many limestones are full of fossils, and it's not forbidden to exploit limestones. These limestones are still being used. Many fossils have this negligible or insignificant value, so it's not a problem that they are extracted, but in other cases they are. But in any case, fossils cannot ever be historical or cultural heritage because it is not a result of human activity, of intentional human activity. And in the case of these For example, we have a rock with a shape, and we have to consider those two things. The rock is natural, the shape is cultural. So there's an object with two different aspects or features in it. We have the rock, which is natural. Maybe if I did this point, this arrow point, if I did it myself with a rock that is very interesting, then the interesting part is the rock, not that I made it. But if the rock is not interesting, which is normally the case, but it was made by some humans many thousands of years ago, then that's the shape is the interesting part. It's called the lithic industry, no? It's a type of industry based on the shapes of the rocks.
What do you call the pyramid in Egypt?
The pyramid is a building made by humans with rocks, of course. It's like any other building. It is made with rocks, but the construction is made by humans, so it's cultural. The pyramid itself is cultural. The rocks are not cultural. The rocks are taken from one place and used to another. But that's who was, I think it was Kirsten that you were mentioning, or somebody, or Asfa. The use of rocks, yes, the heritage stone. That's right. The heritage stone is specific rocks that have been used in emblematic constructions, like maybe the pyramids or some cathedrals or the, I don't know, whatever huge building. The building itself is cultural, the rock is natural, and it is just a matter of how unique, how special is this type of rock to be preserved, but not because of the cultural, not because it is necessarily of interest for geological, for the science, but because it is of potential use, for example, to restore the monuments. If you don't have the right rock to restore a monument, then it is not a good. Okay, what type of aspects do we consider for geoheritage? Something that is unique, that we were mentioning. Unique means that there's only 1, 2, 3, there's very, very few. Okay? If it is the uniqueness, maybe international, national, or regional, or municipal, or in my house. So it depends on the level of significance, which I will talk later. So this is a classical thing that is used for geological heritage. We will see what also the representative character. Is it, for example, how representative or rare is a process? In this case, we have in the coast of the Basque Coast Geopark, the Basque Coast Geopark, we have the Cretaceous Tertiary boundary, and that there and here, and it is just a level that reflects, and it is found in very, very few places. In Spain, only in 3 places. So it is of national interest. But worldwide, there's many places where you can look at this site. So it's unique, and then we need to find, is it representative or not, at what level. So this level of significance for the uniqueness or representativeness is another aspect that we will look later. Also, the best site, the site that is most representative. If you ask normally, as I was mentioning before, for the model for rifting of continental crust, section and point for the Toarcian-Alenian boundary. And it was chosen from many sites and chosen by this International Commission on Stratigraphy. So this is a site that has been selected by scientists all around the world to decide that this is the type locality for this type of boundary. And that's another type of interest that comes from geological heritage. In many cases, is the representative sites. For example, this type of relief is very common in many parts of the world. And in this case, it is just regional. For the evolution of this region, these hills have been preserved, and those two ones are a natural monument. Also, this is in central Spain. It is not national or international relevance, but it is of local and regional relevance. There's representative sites, for example, at global scale. This is the boundary between the plates, the North American plate and the Eurasian plate in Iceland. You can sit, not sit, but you can There's some places where you can put, they say you can put 1 foot on each of the plates. And you are in between those 2 plates. Huh? Yes. Okay, so I was mentioning all this about the different levels of relevance, levels of significance of the geoheritage. So in order, because it was for us when we were training, actually I didn't mention this. I will talk about that the PanAfGeo program tomorrow, because I think today we have. So we found that there should be some way of explaining to visualize these aspects of the level of significance. And this is what we finally found that was possible to explain it. Okay, we have a chart here. I hope that everybody understands charts. Here it is the size. So this is a site with a big size. And here we have sites with a small size, okay? And this site is value. So we have here a site that is small with little value. And up there we have a very small site with high value. Or for example, this one will be very, very high value and also quite big size. Or this one is even bigger, but less value. Okay, so you understand the chart, no? Okay? The value increases this way and the size increases this way. So we have many sites with different types of value. I will later mention how do we measure the value. And we were saying, how do you decide if the site is geoheritage or not? Because we set a line that a value that below that there will be sites that will not be considered geoheritage, and sites that have more than this value will be considered geoheritage. Then I will explain later how do you measure the value. And then above that we can set another type of value. So all these sites will not be geoheritage of level 1. This is the level 1. We had started here. And then we have sites that are geoheritage of level 1 or above. No? All these are more than this value, and all these are less than this value. And similarly, we can set higher levels, sites that have higher value, and these ones here have less value than the amount that we have set. I don't know if you're following me. So the next one, okay, we have only 2 sites that have very, very high value. One is very little, one is average size, and everything else has less value than this one. And then here we have all of them. These ones are not considered geoheritage, and this one will be value that has is less than 1, less than 2, less than 3, and so on. What happens if we call each of those with a different name? Let's say local, regional, national, international. That's it. There's no more about it. That's the whole issue. There's some sites that we have decided because they are what I was mentioning, the uniqueness, if they are unique at the local level, unique at the regional level, unique at the national level, or unique at the international level. So something that can only be found, for example, we have in Spain a lot of outcrops with aragonite. Have you seen aragonite? Very nice pseudo-hexagonal prisms. Those are very unique for the world. But in Spain, there's lots of them. So we don't care about them. And people go there and collect, nobody cares. But this would be an example of that it has little relevance for at the local scale, and then it has international relevance, but it is, there's aragonite in other parts of the world. But let's say, for example, something that is of national heritage, for example, the monument, natural monument that I was showing before for the standard boundary between the Alenian and the Toarcian that was decided by the IUGS. That would be a small site with very, very high relevance. And then it would be needed to be taken care not only because of the international pressure, but also the nation would need to take care of it. The regional government has nominated this as natural monument, and the local government, the municipality, of course, is taking a lot of care of this site and has included it in the municipal planning to be preserved, and they have made a little museum and all these visitors that are coming and so on. They're very happy. So it is of relevance for everything, all the other different levels as it should be. So that's the whole idea, that we have sites that are of lesser value, that are used for the local geoheritage, for the regional geoheritage, that should also be taken care in the national and local and regional. And also we have the international geoheritage that would need to be taken care by the nation, by the region, and by the local authorities. And that's the basic way to consider. I don't know if it was clear, I hope. The idea was to make it visible that depending on the values, the increasing values of the sites, then they are of more significance at higher levels of administration of the geography at the same time. So the two main objectives of the geoconservation I was mentioning before is to ensure the conservation of geoheritage, which is because we want to benefit from the potential use. That's why we do this valorization. I don't know if that's a term that is being used to put in value, to do museums and itineraries and visits and all these things. And then there's these conflicts that I was mentioning with the terms, the geological elements, and not use the term geodiversity, which is a parameter, not use it to refer to the geological elements. And I think that's it for now. And if you have any questions. I don't know, was I too long? Is there time for questions? I think there's one on there first.
Thank you very, very much. My attention is drawn to the 7, I don't know what you call them.
Nature wonders. Natural wonders.
No, this last part where you have, I don't remember the first one, but the second, unique sites, best sites. The first one was, I think, something on a...
Like the process of Earth dynamics. 2, 3, 4.
No, the first one.
6, 7.
No, number 1.
Number 1.
Aha.
Unique
geomorphology, yes, landscape. Now, I think this is very interesting. I wanted to connect it with the earlier presentation she made, where she drew very nice Venn diagrams. Venn diagrams representing the various UNESCO designations, and she pointed out there is an intersection. Now, one of the things with the geosites, the geoparks, she had cautioned us that you may not succeed even if you have got a lot of this. And as you are presenting this, it clicked in mind the issue of the World Heritage Sites. One of the things with the World Heritage Sites which has made it very useful and makes people comfortable is that you have got a set of 10 criteria. And you can keep ticking. So by the time you are coming up with decision to nominate, you are almost sure that, you score criteria. The problem with the geopark thing is we do not have this kind of checklist.
There is, no?
And because when we tried, I was saying by 2018, we attempted, the other western wing of the Rift Valley, we attempted to make something. Now, I see what you have presented here is taking us nearer to developing a kind of checklist. No, I'm saying taking us almost nearer. In my mind, as I will listen to you, immediately the criteria of the auditors come. So what is your opinion about coming up with that kind of set of criteria to make it easy? Because the idea here is to promote, and we said one of the objectives here is to promote, to encourage, and to raise awareness. Couldn't that be a good guide to help us as we prepare and try to map our areas? I mean, I was just thinking, what would be your opinion? Because in my view, I think this kind of what you took us through would really make it more attractive and very, very encouraging in trying to identify sites and try to prepare and estimate how approximate we can be to getting accepted. That's what I just wanted to observe and ask your opinion about it.
Well, I'm going to give two talks, one today, one tomorrow. The one today was mostly, as you have seen, an attempt to clarify the concept so that we all agree when we are talking about geoheritage, geodiversity, geosites, geoconservation, so that it is clear. And so the background knowledge, but the objective was not, absolutely not, to talk about the criteria. Of course, the UNESCO has some criteria, and they are very clearly specified in the documents and in the web where they are exposed for people to use them. But for example, the value that I was mentioning, if it is local, regional, national, international, this is not a decision of the UNESCO. No, this is made by the specialists, which means the geologists, geomorphologists, paleontologists who are doing the study of the geoheritage. And this is what I will explain tomorrow. Tomorrow I will explain what is an inventory, what type of criteria we used as specialists to select the geoheritage, to decide what level of significance it has, which is very obvious. If it is the only one in my community, in the municipality, it is very important for us, but maybe there's hundreds and thousands in the next municipality. So you just need to compare with what is in the same level of comparison. If it is international, then the level of comparison is international. You need to know what is available of the same type of feature all over the world. And that is the work that has been done for this book, the IUGS, these 100 first sites, which doesn't mean that it is the 100 most or better, or it's only the first ones. More will be coming, more hundreds will be coming in the future for the world. But it was a selection that was made by specialists of these international significant geological sites. So then they are called IUGS, Geological Heritage Sites. And this is done by the specialists. And then the managers of the geoparks, that's after it is approved, but this community here in Baringo, they should have a good inventory of the geoheritage. They should know if each site is local interest, regional, national for the whole of Kenya, or international. And that will come after tomorrow.
Thank you. Okay. So, are you from National Commission? Sorry, I missed. Yeah, I am so happy that a National Commission is asking this question. So it's really good because we usually do geoparks trainings for geoparks projects people. So geologists, national parks, they come with geoparks idea. We explain them geoparks. This is what I'm used to do. And this was my dream, to have national commissions here to ask these questions. Because this is our biggest weakness, that our national commissions are not that familiar about geoparks that they are with World Heritage. So because it's a new program, because it was a program which was adopted by UNESCO, not created by UNESCO. World Heritage is a convention, it's a UN convention. And Men and Biosphere program is an intergovernmental program. So these are UNESCO's products, brands, whereas as geoparks were developed by Global Geoparks Network, and adopted by UNESCO in 2015, and we are only 7 years old as UNESCO, the relationship between national commissions and UNESCO Global Geoparks is still moving. So this is perfect from a national commission. I think we are really happy in that point. And the objectives of today and tomorrow is geoparks have several criteria. So I didn't want to go through because we will come. One of them is geoheritage. And this person is an expert in geoheritage, geoconservation. So he is not going to explain you geoparks. He will never, ever talk to you about geoparks. He is not a geoparks manager. He is not geoparks person. He is a global expert in geoheritage conservation. So if there are 5 in the world, and I'm really happy that he's here, because there aren't many in the world. And he is an expert, and he's explaining you and us what is a geodiversity, what is a geoheritage, because this is one of the topics you need to show in your products. And then we will move to local communities, we will move to indigenous, so we will discuss different aspects of geoparks which you need to bundle. And then, when you will be really mature enough, we will talk about the checklist and dossier and everything. But this is too early, we are not there yet. We are in primary school, then we will go to secondary school, and then we'll come to dossier. This is step by step. So please get first geoheritage, and then we will get the inventories, we will get the territory, we will get the people, and then we will talk about the checklist and everything. I hope this helps. So time is kicking. I think everybody is tired. The day is getting dark. Do you want to go out and have air? I think we just need some oxygen, if you don't mind. I don't know if there's coffee or not, but I think we need to refresh, and then we'll carry on. We're here. So we're here day and night. We will have dinner together. It's starting to warm up. Let's...
15 minutes? 15 minutes?
15. Okay. 15 minutes, people. I don't know. It's 3:30, Ale, 20 minutes. 3:30 we will. No, 5:30. That's 5:30. We will be here.
Fifteen minutes. Pick your coffee and back.
Commissions. And now we will see how national commissions having geoparks before and after UNESCO, what they are doing in their countries, specifically in Germany, the examples of all UNESCO designations, including geoparks. So Marlon will talk about Germany's example, and then we will bring back again Kristen to explain involvement of local communities, from top to bottom. So geoparks, we will always need to jump from bottom up. So we say it's bottom up, but we all know that in the countries we don't have any geopark, it's not always bottom up. So that's why Marlen's view is very important. And then with Kristen, we will go back how we can closely work with local communities, and we will stop there. I think we'll be real tired. And tomorrow we start very early, if you don't mind, rest, that we go all the examples of geoparks. So without being due, that's Marlen's.
Thank you, Özlem. Yes, and as we've heard before, it needs more, or it takes more than geoheritage to become a geopark. So, for example, a good national structure and political commitment. And that's what I'm trying to talk about now. So just to show you some experiences from Germany on the work of our national commission. So I'm coming from the German National Commission of UNESCO and the National Committee for Geoparks. So let's start with a very short overview of the 8 German UNESCO Global Geoparks. So we have 8 of them, and you can see them here in the black surrounded areas. And So we just calculated that altogether it's 25,470 square kilometers, which makes up 7.1% of whole of Germany. So you can see that, yeah, it's quite a successful program in Germany. And here are the logos of our 8 geoparks. And yeah, why it is so successful? Because we have a specific national organizational structure behind it. And I'm going to start to introduce you to this structure by starting with the National Commission, not because it's the most important one, but I'm coming from it and it's from my perspective. So we have our National Commission for UNESCO, which has a specific geoparks unit. So we have a person who is a specialist on geoparks, and he works at our National Commission in my department. Besides him, we work in my department on all the other UNESCO programs like World Heritage Convention, Intangible Heritage, Associated Project Schools Network, UNESCO chairs, then biosphere reserves, of course, and many more. So you can see in this department, we work on different topics, and one of them is geoparks. We as a National Commission are an independent association. However, basic funding for our work comes from the Federal Foreign Office of Germany. The Federal Foreign Office at the same time chairs our National Committee for UNESCO Global Geoparks in Germany. So I will talk about how the National Committee looks like in more detail later, but this is just an overview for you. At the same time, this National Committee is organized by us as National Commission. So we organize their meetings, we suggest who to appoint as a member of the committee, and so on. And finally, not to be forgotten, of course, there are our 8 German geoparks, and they have a geoparks forum, which means that they all come together on a regular basis with 1 or 2 representatives of each geopark, and this is called the German Geoparks Forum. That's where they talk about how to cooperate, how their strategy is. But this is completely independent. They do it themselves. However, we are also, or the National Committee is one of their basic advisory bodies, how to develop in the future. And also we as German Commission are their first contact body if they have questions, if they have missions. So we support them with UNESCO missions and so on. So this as an overview how our organizational structure in terms of geoparks works. So I already mentioned the geoparks unit at our German National Commission. In general, we are responsible for the strategic development of our geoparks. So we already have 8 geoparks right now, and we've come to a point where this is enough. So we just met with the National Committee, and we don't have any pending applications right now. So we are thinking how to develop strategically, what new topics to approach. And in general, the Geoparks unit, as our German Commission in general, is the intermediary between the German state, for example, the Federal Foreign Office, UNESCO, the German civil society, and of course also the geoparks. So we are basically the translators. So we translate between the scientific research perspective on geoheritage to Foreign Office policy, for example. So how can we use or how could the German state make use of the geological or the geoheritage we have in Germany? That's not obvious, of course, to politicians. So we are the intermediary. And we also translate the meaning of geoheritage to the normal people, like to the civil society. And we are the focal point also for a geoscience and geoparks program. So To sum up, our main tasks at the National Commission in terms of geoparks is the management of the National Committee and to be an advisory body or unit for the geoparks and also for aspiring geoparks. Now, the National Committee, what's that? So it says in the how do you call it? The guidelines, yes. It's written that a member state may create a national committee, or it is even recommended to do that. And so Germany decided to inaugurate such a committee in 2016, so 1 year after the Geoparks program was founded. The committee has its own terms of reference, its statutes, its own processes and criteria, which were developed together with the Foreign Office and us as a national commission. And as I said, it's chaired by the Foreign Office and managed by the National Commission. Here you can see our last meeting with the National Committee this November. It was their yearly coming together and taking decisions meeting with an excursion to Vulkaneifel, which is one of the German geoparks. So who are they? Who are the people sitting in the National Committee? You also have, you have geoparks committees, which is a bit comparable probably to our National Committee. So there are geopark experts, geoscientists, and of course representatives of the geoparks themselves, so of the Geoparks Forum, because they need to stay in contact with the National Committee. It makes no sense if the National Committee takes decisions without considering the perspective and the opinion of the geoparks themselves. So they are also represented there. And then we have, what is also important, federal and state level representatives, because only experts in the committee would be fine, but would not help if it comes to political commitment, to political support, which is, from our perspective, very important. Then you have experts from various disciplines, because we all know that it's not only about geoheritage, but it's also about geotourism, about education. So we have several experts from these different fields, which is a big advantage because they take the idea of geoparks into their fields. Like, for example, the field of education, most of the teachers have not heard about geoparks. But if there is a teacher or some ministerial representative from the educational field in our National Committee, he will talk in his working environment about geoparks. So they will spread the word into different sectors of society and also of research. And finally, there is also a representative of the German National Commission. That's me. I'm also sitting in the National Committee. So what exactly do they do, or do we do in the National Committee? Right at the beginning, when this committee was founded, they developed national criteria, additionally to the international criteria of UNESCO. So that means, that's what not all geoparks really like, but they even have a little bit stricter criteria than the international criteria to ensure the high quality of German geoparks. I will talk about the criteria a bit in more detail a bit later. So that means the National Committee makes national missions and evaluations. So if we have an aspiring geopark, first we will talk with them as National Commission, and then we will send our national experts to have field visits and to make recommendations to consider before writing an application to UNESCO. That's really useful because also we as German National Commission cannot know everything, but if you have good specialists in your Geoparks National Committee, they can recommend what to do. We had this with one geopark. The National Committee said, no, we don't agree on an application right now. you have to work more just to make it successful. And they withdraw the application to have some modifications. And then it was finally successful. So they support the geoparks with this expert knowledge, counseling, coaching, and as I already mentioned, they promote the idea of geoparks and the recognition of geoparks in Germany in different sectors. So why did they introduce national criteria? As I said, to ensure the high quality standards of German geoparks and also to adapt international criteria to a German context, because we all heard that every country is different and every country has different geological features, different sociological society features, and to make it more understandable also for aspiring geoparks, what it means is also a kind of translation of the international criteria. And also, we heard that today as well, to make clear that the geopark, to become a geopark, is a perspective thing. So it goes on and on and on. And in our national criteria, there's a definition of perspectives. So this means you do not have to meet all the criteria right from the beginning, but that it is expected of you, once you have the title, to develop in a certain way. And and one other reason was to make clear the difference between other UNESCO designated areas in Germany, because we have many, many World Heritage sites. We have 51, which is a lot. And we already heard that there are also parallels between natural World Heritage and geoheritage. Also, we have 16 biosphere reserves. So also to make clear this difference and to differentiate from each other and to build synergies at the same time. So here's some examples of our German national criteria, like water and soil protection were defined as explicit challenges in Germany, so as an explicit focus geoparks might work on. Also to continuously integrate scientific research results in their work. And the continuous investment in international cooperation. I mean, that's all not new. It's all given in the international criteria as well, but it was specified for a German context and made more, to have it more accentuated. So they also specified the contents of the management plan. Cooperation with universities are there as a goal, given as a goal with research institutions, museums, schools, and so on. So we have many examples of cooperations with geoparks and associated UNESCO project schools, for example. Or they even found geopark schools, which must not be project schools, but so these cooperations are quite often, and we also encourage them to identify, for example, intangible cultural heritage practiced in the territory of the geopark and to cooperate with them. So that's what I said, perspective criteria, to underline the necessity of a continuous engagement even after they received the UNESCO title. And to make clear that they will be continuously evaluated. And this also gives them a big headache, the German geoparks, because as Özlem said, every 4 years you will have an international evaluation mission. And in Germany, in between, you have the national evaluation mission. So basically every 2 years someone will come and visit them and they have to prepare everything. Of course, that's not really true, but because the national missions are prepared by us. But of course, they have to be ready and write a report and so on. So it's not really liked by all of them, but it guarantees a certain quality standard. So, and the function, besides guaranteeing this quality standard, is that the National Committee gives a certain prestige and national relevance to the geoparks. Because if we as German UNESCO Commission would go out and say, well, geoparks are important, that's not the same effect as if a body chaired by the Foreign Office goes out and says that. So that's really a difference. So who's the chair of this national committee? And also, we talked a little bit in the lunch break about the political relevance on the regional level. So we feel in Germany that our governors of the Länder, like the provinces, they really use, meanwhile, they use geoparks as a background for getting votes. Like they refer to the geopark as an important area just to make, to get people on their side who live in this area. So it's also a political tool for regional governors, for example. On the other hand, it draws attention on the geopark. So it's a win-win situation. And also, a function of this national committee is to speak out difficult decisions. For example, as this one recommendation to withdraw the application, because we as German UNESCO Commission always try to stay neutral. We try to empower people, to spread knowledge, but we don't want to get them into certain directions, so they have to decide themselves. But the National Committee is an expert body, and they can tell them, well, you can do it, but then it's not good. So they can speak more directly to the geoparks and also take not so popular decisions. And finally, it's the National Committee has the function to see the geoparks in Germany as a union, like to work together on similar topics. Of course, each of them has their own topics, but to find a common strategy, to find a common visibility within Germany. So that's also where the National Committee helps. So as a summary, why is it good to have one? From our experience, it makes geoparks nationally important and politically interesting, in Germany at least. And it came so far that we had parliamentary events on the topic of geoparks, that we got more financial support in the end. Our geoparks unit at our National Commission is a consequence of the National Committee, because it was decided by the Foreign Office to institutionalize this geoparks unit at our National Commission and to have a steady financing of this work. And almost all German geoparks could double their staff within the last year because of this political recognition in Germany. So, if you're thinking about founding a national committee, consider or make sure that it's chaired by a governmental institution, or at least has members of several governmental institutions. But I know it's different. In many countries, the National Commission itself is already part of a governmental institution, which is not the case in Germany. So now again, I said our work as National Commission is management of the National Committee and advisory unit for the geoparks and aspiring geoparks. So what do we do to support the National Committee? We develop the statutes of this committee and central documents, so which is the basis for the work. We organize their sessions, we organize the evaluation missions, we give recommendations to the Foreign Office regarding the members or prospective members of the committee, because they change every 3 years, so they are renewed every now and then. They can be prolonged for 3 more years, but then they have to go out of the committee. But in the end, the Foreign Office appoints the members, but we can give recommendations. And of course, we also do the communication between this national committee and the geoparks. And what else do we do in terms of geoparks work? So here you can see some of our publications. So we support the geoparks in publishing information material about their work, and we support them in any questions they have regarding UNESCO criteria, or we also can support them in getting contact to UNESCO or to other important bodies. We organize political and public events for them. We help them with project administration. Sometimes we work also as an intermediary. If the state gives project money for UNESCO geoparks, then we distribute this money from a technical perspective. We organize certification ceremonies. So once a geopark was appointed, a UNESCO geopark, then we do that. And workshops, just one example, our last workshop with the German geoparks was in the Natural History Museum in Berlin, and there they learned about digital tools, how you can use digital information tools to inform the public, to inform your visitors, to inform school children about the work you are doing. So, and they went to the Natural History Museum because they are really very good at this, and they told them how to do this. So just to give you a short outlook on our challenges in Germany. So as I said, we already have the 8 geoparks, which is a lot for such a small country. And so now we are working on getting greater visibility within Germany, also as a tourist destination, because, I mean, maybe it's the same in your countries. Everybody knows World Heritage when it comes to UNESCO, but as geoparks is such a young program, they are not so much aware. But it's a really great destination for sustainable tourism. So we are working on that, how to make that more popular in Germany. Then also we are working on financial support for international cooperation between German geoparks and geoparks from all around the world, and to develop a corporate communication strategy. That's a big a challenge, because each geopark has its own way of communicating, their own logos, their own style, and we are thinking about how to streamlining this to make them more visible as one unit within Germany. And of course, to strengthen the synergy to other UNESCO conventions and programs. So one of these steps is to bring together all UNESCO programs implemented in Germany in one department at our German UNESCO Commission. Just that at least our experts know what the other experts are working on, and to find projects together, for example, with World Heritage sites and schools, or with schools and geoparks and so on. So working. And Education for Sustainable Development is also a team in German UNESCO Commission, and they are relevant for all the programs, because Education for Sustainable Development is a part of World Heritage, of geoheritage and so on. So, in a nutshell, that's my final slide. To be designated a UNESCO Global Geopark is not the ultimate goal. We heard that already several times today. You have to see it as a step towards achieving an effectively managed destination or site, a well-functioning area that benefits local communities and nature at the same time. And I liked your example, Aslam, that a small kid can tell you about the specific features you can find in the area where he or she lives. That's exactly the idea behind it. And to create awareness on the wealth and the value of this heritage. Of course, this quality development strongly depends on a legitimate and sovereign national structure. So if you have a national structure which is not really which has not the mandate to speak, then it's not really that valuable as if it's really a sovereign body. Steady planning and effective management, monitoring and evaluation, and finally, this leads to our next presentation: participation and collaboration with local communities. And that's it from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, danke.
Thank you. Vielen Dank. So yeah, another great presentation. So I need to say that. So I'm really proud of this workshop from many aspects, and also gender equality. So this is one of the rare workshops we have that so many female trainers with us, and I'm really happy because I think it really brings extremism, and I hope you will get that as well. This is really important for us geoparks, and seeing that national commissions represented and presenting. Any question? Or we shall do during the dinner or drinks, because I think we are getting tired. Thank you, Marlon. Thank you again. Thank you. So, the Kenyan expert, with her Kenyan name. Now I think I don't need to introduce our dearest Kristen. Sorry? There is who?
Thank you very much for that educative presentation. I think it has given a good picture for us from the national commissions. I just wanted to find out, before 2015, before the adoption of the Geoparks scheme by the UNESCO General Assembly, we had what we called National Committees for Geosciences Program, IGCP. So I wanted to understand the relationship. That's your job.
If you want to talk about IGCP, we can talk.
Yeah, because I thought the national commissions also had that. And so when the Geopark came in, it's yours. So I wait for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think she's really
It's okay. No, I've taken the point. Point taken.
Yeah, perfect. No, this is really we want, because we don't have enough national committees for geoparks, but we have for IGCP, which is 50 years old. So this morning I had a 20 minutes presentation. I wanted to start with IGCP, but as we lost time, I skipped. So it will be excellent if IGCP national committees can move forward and do this. This is another dream for me. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, just and slight energizer before Chef Koech presents. Can we all stand? Let's be on our feet and listen to do what I say, not what I am doing. Just you will watch your neighbor or look at me, and please, I'll say, do what I say, not what I do. Okay, and the instructions will come if it begins with the word Tom says. Tom says. My name is Tom. So, or the other name is Tubei, spelling of Tubei, YouTube plus I. Now, Tom says that you do it. If Tom doesn't say it, don't do it. Okay, Tom says, raise up your hands. Tom says, stretch your hands forward. Tom says, touch your back. Touch your head. Did Tom say that? Why are you touching your head? Okay, so you are still touching your back. That's what the last instruction Tom said. Okay, Tom said, raise up your hand. Thank you, sit down. Oh, thank you, you're good students. Now Tom says, sit down. Proceed.
Okay, thank you. And Marlene, thank you very much. I think I need to have a serious talk with my UNESCO commission back home in Norway. So that was very interesting. Thank you very much. So we are moving on. I hope you will not fall asleep, because now we are going to talk about local communities. So this is the text that I got, the title I got. Where is... But maybe let's start with why. Why are we going to engage local communities? And next question is how, of course. So hopefully, I realize that it's late, so I really hope that some of the things that I present will be taken up again tomorrow, and we will have more ideas, discussions, and possibilities and some actions. Why? Because at least this is from the operational guidelines for UNESCO Global Geopark. So, again, must contain geology of international significance. But not only that. UNESCO Global Geoparks are living, working landscapes where science and local communities engage in a mutual beneficial way. We have seen it before today. So obviously, we have to. And for me personally, a geopark without people and local community is not attracting tourists. And for me, not very interesting either, even if I'm a geologist. So even more, education at all levels. Education, not only in schools, because we are talking about a complex system or a complex sites or complex territories that really need education on all levels. So, from university researchers to local community groups, UNESCO Global Geoparks encourage awareness of the story of the planet as read in the rocks, landscape, and ongoing geological processes. So, again, memory of the Earth is what we are going to educate in the broad sense. So, and we are going to clearly demonstrate that geodiversity is the foundation of all ecosystems and the basis of human interaction with the landscape. And during your presentation, Enrique, I was thinking maybe we need to prolong this workshop, because we are going to talk about geosystem services and all these things, but I guess Christmas will say to us that we need to go home after 3 days together. But we can discuss further. You were mentioning criteria. The criteria is also very clear. We have criteria for geoparks. And it said in the criteria number 5, UNESCO Global Geoparks should actively involve local communities and indigenous peoples. So it not only involve, but they are key stakeholders in the geopark. So local and indigenous knowledge, practice, and management systems should be included alongside science in the planning and management of the area. So I guess you agree that we know why. If we want to become a UNESCO Global Geopark, we need to do that. But of course, there are some challenges. So how do you start to involve? This is one of our key sites in Norway. Do you think, when we started to think about the idea of geopark, do you think we went to our local communities to say, oh, do you know, this is really the type locality of Lovenite. The island is called Loven, it's meaning the barn. Or even it's Egerin, found here for the first time. I'm looking at you, Enrique. Or Katabnet. Do you think that is a good sales thing? Of course we didn't. Of course we didn't. If we did that, this will be the result. Either difficult, boring. That is actually what we really often meet when we start to talk. If we say geoparks are about geology, not again. So that is actually not a very good strategy to communicate with the local communities. So what can we do? What messages are we going to send when we are preparing to work? And the goal will be a UNESCO Global Geopark, because it's hard work and it's a long journey. Well, I think all people that have been working with geopark projects sees that the link between man and nature, and as part of nature, the geology, is important for our identity. But you have to explain it in an understandable way. The result Of course, sustainability is a lot of things. Enrique, you also showed how we are extracting geological things from nature. It's not directly sustainable. It's not going to repair itself, but we need resources from the geology. But of course, also, if we look into it, if we evaluate, if we have plan, if we register, if we make really a good overview, what do we have? Creating this kind of sustainable use of nature can be used as, it can create work opportunities through, for example, responsible tourism, protection of heritage through knowledge. That is a very important asset. It's not easy to say to people that are extracting in a not legal way, but then we need to come back to how can we help these people. But in other places, it's obvious that we can also, for example, pottery. Pottery manufacturing is using geological heritage. It's clay. But it can be also used in a sustainable and communicative way, and it can create products for selling. We have used that since when? Since the beginning of man, almost. So, what are we meaning when we are talking about involvement of local communities? Well, it can be individuals, local mayors, landowners, teachers, important stakeholders in the local community need to be addressed. Yes, we are talking about bottom-up approach, but of course we also need to have support from the top, whether it is in the local community or if it is the mayor in a big city. We need also, or even the governor, or even the politicians on the highest level. I was very impressed. You can see this is one of my favorite pictures. Both of them are so nice from Baringo visit. How the community, how the Geopark team here have worked with their communities, how they addresses the elders. This picture, how they were listening, and how they were also asking questions after our presentations. So to speak with the elders, to speak with the community groups, the farmers, the cooperatives, to the women cooperatives, for example, so important. Then you must be aware also of the local political structures. Do not ignore them. It's not possible to do that. And what we talk about when we are talking about sustainable development is, of course, very often connected to products. Local small businesses, smaller enterprises, very important to take into account and early include in the discussions. So one important goal for us when we are working with the geoparks is that a more holistic view on your home territory can really enhance the understanding, and that is also next step better for conservation, because the understanding for the need for conservation is enhanced if you understand better the connections. So this is maybe a better way to start than to talk about minerals. I'm just going to show you some examples how we communicate in our geopark. We have this beautiful medieval Holla church ruin, very close to a place called Fen and Söve. So this is nice. We have it as a part of our guided tours. But what is more interesting for me is when we look into the details, because our forefathers understood that some rocks were easier to carve and make some decorations. So they found a special rock close to this place. And they made their ornamentation in this rock, while the rest of the rock, the rest of the church is made by other rocks. Why was that interesting? Well, we could tell them about this kind of rocks. This one here is actually the first description of volcanic limestone. And then it was a big debate in 1921, because everyone knows that limestones are coming from sediments. Well, this one is volcanic, or connected to volcanic activities. And maybe it's more interesting and it's great fun to show them the picture of the only living active volcano in the world today that are producing rocks of the type. And interesting for our local population that when we say the name of this rock, it is actually called Sövite, after the farm Söve in my geopark. This is Oldino Lengai in Ngorongoro Lengai Geopark. And the other rock is Phenite, after the area Fen in our area. So we can include the processes, we can include historical, because at that time Norway was belonging to Sweden. So this was also, by using these Norwegian names, names after Norwegian places, was part of the political issue when we were separating from Sweden. So all these assets can be included based upon the church and the church ruin. So culture is not necessarily connected to geology, but we can do it. Another example, of course, we have in North Geopark also the Vikings. So we have 3 large Viking ships that has been found. 2 of them are burials, they are used for burials. The third one is the shipwreck, and the shipwreck is that one. That is a replica that is also built very close to our geopark in the very, very good way. So this ship was a wreck. And when they found it, what was it carrying? Stones. Rocks. This is whetstones or sharpening stones from right outside our geopark. It was transported through our geopark into that boat, and then it was going to sail and sell and probably bring back fur or something. So, already, yeah, it is connected. But how can we use it today? Well, we have a lot of Bronze Age and Iron Age, Viking Age heritage, made of stone in our geopark, very close to this area. And, well, there was a picture of Stonehenge, I think, Enrique, you used one. We have a small Stonehenge. This is, again, a burial place from our forefathers in the Iron Age. So, and people in my area, they were not aware of the connections. Through the geopark, they get higher pride. They are more interested. A lot of my friends never been to this place. So that is how we can connect, make it a wider value. And that is addressed mainly in the beginning when you start for geopark for local communities. And then you can develop it into a tourism product. So, yes, again, geoparks are not only about rocks, but without geology, there will be no, at least, UNESCO Global Geopark. So this is an easier way maybe to put it. We need both. Local pride. We have seen in so many communities that they do the things. They are not necessarily aware of how much their knowledge is valued by tourists, by visitors, and I'm really, my admiration of this local pride and local knowledge was not less after my visit in Baringo. To see all these proud people showing us, and it was not a show, it was not up for show, it was real people, very, very proud, telling us about and showing us about their treasures they hold. And also to remember that what we do now, it's not only for our and our ancestors, it is on behalf of future generations. And that is both culture and geological heritage and all the other natural heritages. Women in local traditions. Also, when you are involving the communities, it's not easy to say that, oh, you will be very rich. You will be so rich when we are geopark, because this is, you have to work on this. Smaller enterprises, this is from Equator. There are already a lot of women there selling their products. Maybe also through the UNESCO, they cannot use, that is important, they cannot use a UNESCO logo on their products. That is strictly forbidden. The UNESCO logo is for use for the geopark in their promotion. But you can always try to, for example, give them information about the geopark. They can communicate, they can do other things, they can enhance their products. Also, the geopark can facilitate for more visitors to this place. Also, again, from Baringo, this is what I really believe in, that the local communities, they are so valuable because they are really the geopark. But of course, it needs to be worked on, it needs to be done. But another thing that we saw is, of course, what the geopark need to do and why you need also. You cannot come say, stop this, not allowed, not do that. If we have the geopark, this is not possible. You have to really audit the heritage. You have to raise awareness and understanding, and identify some opportunities. Instead of telling that you have stopped this immediately, develop tools, storytelling of a place. Make trails where you can look but not destroy. You can have promotional and informative material. You can enhance the visibility, but with the information of the value of the site. And that is, it's not possible for the geopark management to run around and check everything to see if it's taken care of, not all the time. Local people need the pride, need to have the understanding and pride to protect their heritage. Some challenges. This is from the not existing geopark, Geolandia, which have a rock shop. And in that rock shop, this man is working, and he's very interested in becoming a geopark partner. So he's selling minerals and fossils, and he's having a quite good income. So he's very interested in this geopark. Do you see a problem with that? No? Fossils? Fossil, but even if the minerals are actually from Brazil, is that a problem? Thank you. Thank you. Of course, this is a problem, but it's also a problem to tell this man, you have to stop this. If you want to be a geopark partner, you cannot do it anymore. But I'm living with that. This is my rock shop. I'm so proud of my rock shop. How can you deal with that? Because he's a knowledgeable man. He's clever. Well, in UNESCO, it's also stated that we have to respect local and national laws relating to the protection of the geological heritage. And responsible activities, for example, as part of science, it can be done, but not like this in a rock shop. So it's not only happening in Geolandia, it's happening in real life. This is actually from a small enterprise in an existing geopark. I don't know if he's really waiting to become a geopark partner, but he's very proud of his shop. He can never be a geopark partner. So what can he do instead? We have here also another example that is challenging. I'm looking at you, Emma. This is also here, where we have this, it's not so easy to see, but this site is full of fish fossils. This is also here. And it was a very proud community showing us this place. There were no protective measures. Everybody could go there, walk, step on the footsteps, on the fossils, and there was proud people telling us that they are valuing so much this site because they are selling the fossils. So how can we, in the same way, keep the pride of the people and give them some alternatives? Because this is not good for a geopark. Possibility is, of course, again, look a little bit into Geolandia, what did they do with Pablo, or what his name was. You can make replicas. You can give him knowledge. You can give him possibilities of doing guided tours connected to him selling replicas. He can also sell information material. He can really be a valuable geopark partner. So that is one way to come around it, because it's not difficult to understand that he needs income. But through geopark work, that can be done in this way. This is actually the footprint demo, where we saw that another situation, following our ancestors, it was really, well, it's difficult for me even to talk about it because it was so impressive to see our forefathers running away from a volcano that was erupting in Lake Baringo, or Lake Baringo. But it's so vulnerable. It's not protected in any way. And how can we come around that? Of course, this needs to be taken care of the geopark. It needs to be done a proper inventory. It needs to be done. But of course, it must be local understanding also. You cannot just come and put up protective measures or do these things. So it's a huge need of cooperation and discussions with the lake, with the landowners, with the stakeholders, with the users of the land, in order to make this an asset and transform it into a protected site that can be used also for tourism in a sustainable way. So it's a lot of things and a lot of reasons to involve local communities, because it's not a good thing if you just come and put things upon people without getting them involved. Some other challenges, and that we have met so many times. Oh yeah, the geopark idea, very nice, bring it on, give it to me. I think all of the people that we met here heard me and Arthur say so many times to the local communities, the Baringo team is not going to give you the geopark. You are the geopark. You have to work on it. You have to be involved. You cannot just relax like that, like my husband and my dog. It's not being a geopark like that. They have to get involved. And that message needs to be put strong to the local communities. I don't mean that everybody is going to do their efforts, but you have to have people that are working with the geoparks. Because developing a geopark is a joint venture. Local communities must be involved in the process and also in the decisions. And not only in the decisions before being a geopark, but all the time. All the time they have to stay involved. It's very important to also bear in mind that indigenous communities, you have seen already from the documents that they are very important every day, not only when tourists are coming. As I say, they are not up for show. So they need to be part of the management structure, and it's very important to take care of and use sustainably and in an honest way the tangible and intangible heritage. Also to bear in mind gender equality in management and possibilities is really also important for UNESCO Global Geoparks. And I think everything is in a way, oh yeah, that was just another example here, because as I said, not everybody is going to be part of a management. That is not manageable. But a geopark can really work directly towards individuals. Supporting small businesses by education, by inspiration, and assist with tools, leaflets, things that can communicate just maybe their enterprise. This is some products from my geopark. And this tiny Anna, she's making honey, and she's making a lot of nice things, and I could give one talk only about her. I'm not going to do it. Can wait for another time. But also from Japan, how the Japanese geoparks work so well towards the guides, training them, because they are skilled. Many of them were already teachers, retired, but they needed tools, and they got the tools from the geopark. And also you can promote your geopark through the guides, and they have strong support, and that is for sure one thing. Do not just educate the guide and then forget about them. They need also always to be updated, but it's great fun to work with the guides. And of course, not to forget, peace and understanding, partnerships, inclusion, cooperation, good health, well-being, gender balance, climate action, life on land and underwater, education, equality. All these things, all these words are included in the Sustainable Development Goals. They are part of how we work in geoparks. They fit so well into the purpose, how we work, and how important it is to include the local communities. So, I don't know if I'm going to present Asante kwa umakini wako.
Let's still appreciate her again. In Norwegian, how do you say thank you? How do you say thank you in Norwegian?
Tusen takk.
Tusen takk. That's tusen takk. Thank you. Right. Any announcements, anything from the floor? Question. It has been a long day. Now it's time to celebrate. Have a restful night. Can you just stand? Let's celebrate for a minute. There's a guy who sang that visitors will come to Baringo. He sang in Tugen, local land dialect, that visitors will come. Tirurenu chumbin, haha. Tirurenu chumbin, Baringo. Tirurenu chumbin, haha. Just so that we break for the day. And then tomorrow, what time? What time are you meeting tomorrow? Before we go?
Okay. Tomorrow, what time you want to come? I think we've been difficult. 9 o'clock, can we do? Or 8:30? 9. Okay. 9 o'clock, please, if we could be here. 9 tomorrow. Dismissed. And they will come 9, yeah?
8:30.
Okay, that's the trick I do with my husband. The point is 8:30, okay?
8:30.
8:30. But we will tell you other thing. Okay. No, you're not concerned.
All right. Good day. And the Baringo team come in front. Okay, let's celebrate for a minute. Okay. Whatever you are, that's a reggae. Whatever style you want to do, celebrate for a minute. Dr. Shipon, where's the Baringo team? Baringo organizing team. Okay, Ivo. All right, thank you. Have a restful night. See you tomorrow at 8:30. Let the film continue. Love Bush, Morocco, success as they beat France. Who's from France here?
Cameroon, akoy Cameroon, iten jumbin America, akoy America, akoy Loro, Syria, akoy Syrian, Arabia, akoy Arabal, Baringo, ongayat, ongare,
Baringo, Baringo.
iten jumbin Yemen, akoy Yemen,
Yemen, Paka, Yemeni.
Mogadishu, akoy Mogadishu, iten juta Russia, akoy Rus, Baringo, ongayat, ongare, Thank you. Ngeten jumbinen debe, hakoy bay debe, dororom, hakoy dorongo, olim borom, hakoy bimorom, ngeten jumbin jabaria, hakoy jeberen, Timbuktu, hakoy timboywa, ngeten jumba kabarnagan, hakoy kabarnet, Baringo ongeyat mungaret, no chumbin, no chumbin, Seguton, Rujito Tokjon, Bartonjon, Baringo, Ongeyat Mungaret, no chumbin, no chumbin,